We will now reconvene the regular meeting. Superintendent, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Happy to do so. Would you please stand? Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to recognize that our district and school campuses are located in the village of Pasbenga. I want to acknowledge that this land we refer to as Orange County is the unceded and traditional lands of the Gabrielino Tongva Nation and the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, a Hachiman Nation. These lands were taken through a process of colonization, physical, and cultural genocide. I want to pay my respect to elders, both past and present, as well as the Tongva and Ahachiman youth who have attended and are currently attending our schools and the neighboring districts. And at this time, we will move to our report of action taken in closed session. Ms. Quiros, do we have any action items to report out?
We do. We have one action item in closed session. By a vote of 4-0, the board took action to appoint Sergio Sasueta to the position of Executive Director, Facilities and Operations. Moved by Ms. Magdaleno, seconded by Ms. Lebsack. Board members with a yes vote. Ms. Brazier Aceves, Mr. Bustos, Ms. Lebsack, Ms. Magdaleno, with Dr. Alvarez not present. That concludes action taken in closed session. For interpretation services into Spanish, please see Mr. Vargas, who is sitting right behind me. Para servicio de interpretación a español, por favor, pase con el señor Vargas, quien se encuentra sentado detrás de mí. Should you require ASL interpretation, please take a seat in front of the room to your left. Childcare services are being provided in room 126. Se ofrecen servicios de cuidado de niños en el salón 126. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quiros. And next we have Dr. Perez with the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Board President Brazier Aceves. I want to start tonight just by acknowledging that we as a district, SAUSD, find the allegations made against Cesar Chavez extremely troubling. Later tonight, our board and our team will provide protocols for our board for renaming our campuses, including steps we may take to change the name of our school that bears his name. All community input, as always, will be crucial in the decision-making as we move forward. So I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that tonight before the board is an informational item, allowing for us to educate the community, make them aware of the process that we go through within our SAUSD for name changes to facilities. I also want to acknowledge that April is World Autism Month, and April 2nd in particular is World Autism Awareness Day. This is a time to elevate our stories, our students' stories and their family stories, and foster meaningful conversations. Really thinking about how we promote understanding and inclusion of individuals with autism. I happen to have the opportunity to tour our central kitchen yesterday and do some work in one of our kitchens at Santa Ana High School. And we were actually talking about how, the accommodations that our team makes for students that have a variety of different, disabilities, and one of them, namely, being autism. I can say, my niece is autistic, and she also oftentimes has the thing with textures in her food. And so I was talking with Josh, who is our director for nutrition services, around how we accommodate for students when, parents and IEP team and folks bring those things to our attention, and just really proud of the way that our team handles the accommodations that we make for all our students, whether it's related to a disability, a food allergy. The care that happens from our team is phenomenal. I was able to see how they actually label the item with that student's name. I've been in other districts where, yes, the option is there, but it's not as personalized as it is within our system. So I wanted to share that and point that out, and just as a point of just appreciation to our team for the effort, to really meet our students' needs and be mindful of supporting our families in the way that, we really truly want to. Thank you. I will move on to our next recognition around speech and debate. There was a huge championship speech and debate tournament this weekend at Saddleback, and you can see some of photos from that and actually results. Pretty cool. So 18 schools represented, 291 students competing across elementary and intermediate levels. And our event was the opportunity to showcase our students' voice, to see our students come out so confidently. We have them, many students dressed to the nines, very professionally and showing up there in a way that, they're proud of. And you can see the smiles on their faces and how good they feel representing their schools and their families. So really great. Our first place speech winners and top 2 debate teams will advance to the national tournament in Richmond, Virginia in June. So we look forward to cheering them on from afar. As it relates to athletics, we had quite a few athletic tournaments taking place over the weekend. Actually, prior weekend. Intermediate girls soccer tournament held on Saturday, March 14th at our Santa Ana Public School Sports Complex with MacArthur Fundamental taking first place, followed by Carr, Mendez, and Villa, and you can see some of the photos of the students there. Our intermediate boys basketball held also last weekend. Sagerstrom High School, it was at Sagerstrom High School with MacArthur, again with first place, followed by Villa, Mendez, and Henninger. Yeah, I hear some claps there. So it was a clean sweep for them. I'm going to say that is a challenge to the rest of you guys. Get in there and practice and take the tips that some of the things that you saw that were resulting in MacArthur getting, sweeping really, and come back stronger, the next time out. So look forward to seeing those. I also want to celebrate our Employees of the Month, and just as a reminder, the Employees of the Month used to be celebrated here at our board meetings, and we have moved these to the school sites so that colleagues can be part of recognizing, the folks that they are recommending and honoring with these distinct honors, being outstanding employees. And so we were able to go out and visit Muir and recognize Lisa Condon as the Certificated Employee of the Month. She is a 3rd grade teacher at Muir, and she has served at Muir for 22 years. What folks have said about her is that she is someone who really focuses on building strong staff collaboration. She leads their social committee. And oftentimes our workplace becomes the place where, we build friendships and things along those lines. And it's evident that is something that her team appreciates from her. She also is a coach for an award-winning speech and debate team. And she just is really respected by families. And this is what her colleagues are saying about her. She has high impact on that campus. And so we are very, very proud and really just want to honor Miss Lisa Condon. Our classified employee of the month is Jacqueline Reyes, and she is the FACE liaison at Monte Vista Elementary. She has served Santa Ana Unified for 11 years. She is currently in the FACE liaison position, but was also a school office manager and a site clerk. We love to see when folks, take the opportunity to serve in different roles within the district and come into the things that they saw themselves doing. Maybe she was serving as an office manager and was watching what FACE liaisons were doing and really felt like she could add value there. And when we can bring folks from within the system, this is ideal. And her colleagues commented on how they love to see the strong support that she provides for families and that she is always approachable. Building community partnerships, initiating things like the after-school walking club, and workshops for families that are focused on relationship building and just connecting families with resources throughout the community. So thank you so much for your service, Jacqueline. We look forward to seeing you in action at upcoming events. And I do not see our newly appointed executive director, but I do want to acknowledge, and you heard Ms. Quiros share out that the board took action tonight to appoint Sergio Zazueta as the executive director of facilities and operations. He brings over a decade of experience in facilities and operations leadership. He served as general outside machinist leader at Disneyland Resort, and I want to point out this came through very clearly in his interview around customer service. As we orient ourselves more and more towards serving our community, in a very intentional way, that skill set definitely came through as we were able to get to know Sergio and look forward to the contributions that he will make within our system. And then lastly, I want to just share that tonight before our board will be a board resolution related to ethnic studies. And I just want to make sure that we provide clarity, that I provide clarity as to what's really before our board tonight. I understand that there were some confusion, some concerns around the potential that ethnic studies would not be something that is moving forward in our district. I want to very publicly acknowledge that is not what is happening tonight. This is not a movement away from us supporting ethnic studies. This is actually a board resolution that what we are asking for the board is to consider a way that students, all students are able to meet this requirement with a waiver. So if a student, and it's stated in the board resolution that if a student is finding a hardship in meeting that expectation at this moment, that they not have graduation opportunity be not within their reach. So that is what the waiver is truly about, that students who are not meeting that expectation at this moment are not held back from graduating. We as a system have to improve our systems to ensure that all of our students are able to meet that board expectation and board policy. And so we as a staff are committed to doing that. We are looking at our systems, taking data from those systems, improving our systems so that students have every opportunity to meet that 10-unit requirement. It is not our intention to step away from that or to reduce that for the long haul. We are asking for that consideration from the board for the time being so that we may not negatively impact any student and not have them have the ability to graduate for either not having access or potentially having credit deficiencies that are preventing them from being able to meet that 10 units. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear that I am not asking the board to move away from ethnic studies requirement. I'm asking the board to consider that we have a waiver that permits students to have a reduced, taking it from a 10 to a 5 in very particular instances and cases. So with that, thank you. I will turn it back over to our board president.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. And next we have our student board member reports. Mr. Abascal, we will begin with you and you will have 3 minutes for your report.
Oh, is it on? Okay, sorry about that. So I want to start off by shouting out the Santa Ana students from intermediate and high school that participated in the Ambassadors of Compassion Kickoff Assembly at the Honda Center on March 12th. It was over 600 students from both high school and intermediate, and they're a part of the Ambassadors of Compassion program where students can learn life skills to navigate life's challenges with empathy and confidence, and many of our athletes are participating in this, and it's a well-regarded program as our superintendent spoke off at the kickoff, and there was some board members who attended, so thank you. I also wanted to talk about the ongoing track and field events. Currently for the high school championship, that will be taking place this Saturday, March 28th at Valley High School. And then for intramural sports, there will also be the track and field later, which is basically like their season's going on right now. In addition, we also wanted to talk about better representing students and making sure that their voices are being heard, and the way that we're going about this is making sure that there's generally like a better idea of how school climate can improve. So we will be working with the research evaluation to see the anonymous responses in an aggregated format from the panorama surveys in order to get a better idea of the general school climates at different schools and the social emotional learning in order to see how we can improve as a district.
Thank you, Mr. Abascal and Ms. Gomez. You're next, and we also have 3 minutes for your report. Thank you.
So just to provide some more context, in an effort to increase better student outreach as well as provide a platform for all students to voice their concerns, suggestions, and success stories, the other student board member and I met with the assistant superintendent as well as the teaching and learning department to discuss ideas that we could possibly implement. And we're excited to say that after some time spent brainstorming, we came up with the idea to send out individualized surveys to all intermediate schools and all high schools. So, like he said, we'll be working alongside the research and evaluation department to help develop these surveys and ensure that they are structured effectively and fairly. These surveys will allow us to gather more information from the student body apart from ASB president, and it will give us more personalized and student-centered data. Students who fill out the form will remain anonymous so that we can eliminate any bias that could occur, as well as encourage students to speak up without fear of judgment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Abascal and Ms. Gomez. I was actually taking some notes, but thank you for your reports and the work that you're doing. Now, Ms. Quiros, do we have public presentations?
We do. We have 9 public speakers.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed, please note the following. The board president will enforce Board Policy 1313, which imposes rules of decorum and civility in the conduct of this meeting in this facility. Should any member of the audience act in a manner inconsistent with the requirements imposed by that policy, or who interrupts a speaker at the podium, makes comments that are deemed derogatory of the speaker in his or her message, or which are threatening in nature, he or she shall be warned to stop such conduct and asked to leave the meeting if it occurs again, or will be removed by law enforcement pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323. Any speaker who has been subjected to such treatment may contact the office of the superintendent at 714-558-5512. And speakers will have 3 minutes. Ms. Quiros, you may begin.
All right, we'll begin with Darren Shimasaki, followed by Ben Vasquez, and then followed by Jose Tapia.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Good evening. I want everyone in this room to let a single number sink in. 5,811. That is 5,811 students. To put that in perspective, that's enough children to fill nearly half a dozen elementary schools. The majority of them are our youngest learners, TK through 8th grade, and the vast majority of them live right here in Santa Ana. We've been told a convenient narrative that families are simply leaving the city. Well, that may be one piece of the story. The data tells a much harder truth. Thousands of families are still here, but they are fleeing to our local charter schools and other surrounding districts. We have to ask ourselves, what are these other schools and districts offering that we aren't? They offer true school choice. While we cap our most popular schools and force children back to their neighborhood schools they didn't choose, charters open their doors regardless of zip code. They offer dual language immersion while we cut those very programs due to educator layoffs. They offer elite speech and debate and fine arts, the very programs we are currently decimating. In a sense, SAUSD is doing the marketing for our competitors. We are removing the exact programs that make a school worth attending, then wondering why the seats are empty. Our leaders claim there isn't enough money for educators, yet they are spending millions in overtime and extra duty. If you want to see where our priorities lie, look at the math over the last 15 years. Since 2010, our student population has dropped by 19%. In that same time, our administrative staff has only decreased by a mere 12%. But our educators, the people actually in the classrooms, we have cut them by a staggering 44%. How do we justify losing nearly half of our teaching force when we've only lost a fifth of our students? Why is the bureaucracy staying nearly intact while the classrooms are being hollowed out? We are told we can't save our highly trained speech and debate teachers. We are told we can't have music and dance at our intermediate levels because we need those educators elsewhere. But the math shows we are choosing to fund the office over the classroom. We aren't balancing a budget, we are driving our own students away. If we want those 5,811 students back, the district needs to stop liquidating our future just to survive the day. The district needs to start reinvesting in the people who actively teach our children and focus on bringing students back into the classroom. Earlier tonight, we saw our speech and debate program for our elementary and intermediate schools, but where are they going to go once they get to high school? Okay, 3 out of the 5 speech and debate teachers, highly trained speech and debate teachers that you've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars training, they're not going to be there next year. They're being cut. And those programs are going to be cut as well because not anybody can teach those programs and not anybody wants to teach those programs. Thank you.
Hello, board. How you doing? Hello, Superintendent, Dr. Perez. I'm Ben Vasquez, high school teacher at Valley Ethnic Studies, and I love my job. Also, by night, I'm a council member of Ward 2 in Santa Ana. And I come to present because I want to talk to you about restorative practices, and I've had this conversation before where teachers in Santa Ana, we were told that we would have restorative practices, and we got 1/3 of the training. The other 2/3 of the training never came. And for a teacher like me, I get along with my kids. I don't write kids up. I don't really need security or police. But not every teacher has that kind of classroom discipline. But when you send somebody up and they come back with a bag of chips without any training that came to the administrators or the teachers, we don't know what had to happen. There's no steps 2 and 3. At Valley, we try to do pay for it through our school site money, and the district didn't allow us before you were on board. And they said they would train us right after COVID, but right after COVID, it was rough, and they pulled those trainings, and we were never trained. So I'm asking, can we get those trainings? Can we partner together with the school site to make sure we do the right thing by teachers so they get the restorative practices in there, so we have transformation, so we know what to do when something happens in the classroom. Not only us, but we all know what we're doing and how we can help each other. I also want to talk about the Ethnic Studies resolution, and I'm hoping that it's not an online class because the Ethnic Studies class is a lot about process and creating a reality with the students, and they create it, and it has to be something that's more organic and together. So if you could do something like a summer class or after school so kids can make up the work that way, that would be great and awesome. I would appreciate it because it is about process and working and being together. And the last thing I want to share with you is Valley High School has an open house on April 2nd. And my ethnic studies class has created a series, the second time we have a series of poderosas. Is my time up? I got 40 seconds. We created a series of poderosas, paintings that are about 4 foot tall. And this year we're celebrating Vicky Sarmiento, who was a civil rights lawyer, a hero. We have Erica Robles from United Across Borders. She's down the street at Chestnut and gives families tons of food and shoes and presents. She's an amazing woman with an amazing organization. We're celebrating Sandra de Anda for OC Rapid Response. And we're also celebrating Lisa Solomon, who's here in the room, and for the work that she's done. So if you want to come, we'll present exactly at 5 o'clock at Valley and the Art Lawn. I invite you all to come to celebrate these beautiful and poderosa women that we do have so many here in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. My name is Jose Tapia. I am a special education teacher at Lathrop Intermediate. I've spoken before about students in our community being waitlisted and denied access to their home school, and I am here again because the issue continues to impact our students, our staff, and our school community. After reviewing data from the California School Dashboard for the 2024-2025 school year, I want to raise a serious concern about disproportionality and equity in both enrollment and special education services across our district. At our fundamental schools, 11.2% of the students enrolled in last year received special education services at MacArthur. At Mendez, that number is 12.2%. At Villa, 13.5%. Now, in comparison, at non-fundamental schools, Lathrop served 22%. The 22% of the students enrolled received services. At Sierra, 24.7%. At Willard, 25.6%. In some cases, non-fundamental schools serve nearly twice the percentage of students with special needs as fundamental schools. At the same time, neighborhood students are being waitlisted from attending their home schools like Lathrop, while seats are being filled at fundamental schools. This brings me to a critical concern. One, not just about equity, but about the long-term viability of our non-fundamental schools. Because neighborhood students are being waitlisted or redirected, non-fundamental schools continue to lose enrollment, resulting in the loss of FTEs and staffing. As a result, we are placed in a position where it becomes nearly impossible to sustain or expand the very programs that are designed to make our schools engaging, competitive, and meaningful for our students. Programs like eSport labs, visual and performing arts, we have a spider lab at Lathrop. Those are not just extras, they are pathways that connect students to school, build skills, and create opportunities. Yet these are often the first programs impacted when staffing is reduced. Did you know that Willard Intermediate has an esports lab that has been sitting empty for the last 2 years? At the same time, fundamental schools, because they maintain more stable enrollment, are able to preserve their staffing levels and continue offering a wider range of electives and enrichment opportunities. The result is a growing disproportional imbalance. Non-fundamental schools are expected to serve a higher concentration of student needs with fewer resources, while also losing the very programs that would help attract and retain students. So I respectfully ask the board and cabinet, please review enrollment and transfer policies for equity, examine how special education populations are distributed across the school sites, and consider the staffing and program impacts tied to these enrollment decisions. Thank you.
Next, we have Tamiko Anderson, followed by Greg Marzilli, followed by Nancy Self.
Hello, everyone. I am Tamiko Anderson. I'm a resident of Santa Ana and a retired teacher. I would like to address your ethnic studies resolution. There are incorrect statements in the resolution. First of all, the resolution states that the ethnic study is a graduation requirement according to the law AB 101. This is false. There is an exemption clause in the law that says these requirements become operative only upon an appropriation of funds by the legislation. The state never funded the ethnic studies, therefore it is not required. Therefore, Santa Ana Unified is going beyond the legal requirements and choosing to mandate ethnic studies. This is a heavy-handed control by the board and decreases anonymity by students, especially since the district is investing so many resources and funding into valuable career pathways electives. If you value students' voice, then why don't you let them choose what electives they prefer to take, with ethnic studies being one of these electives? Also, why is the district so forceful about an ethnic studies requirement when this requirement has caused so much strife and legal battles in the district? Jewish organizations sued Santa Ana Unified School District for anti-Semitic comments made by the staff, cabinet, and board members. Santa Ana Unified School District staff said they wanted to have ethnic studies committee meetings on Jewish holidays, such as Passover, so Jews could not attend or speak out. The very class you say prevents racism and inequitable institutional practices is the one that created it and for this district. Isn't it strange that Martin Luther King was left out of the ethnic studies model curriculum? In fact, the curriculum marginalized and even demeaned Martin Luther King, causing him passive and docile. But why? Because he was a Christian minister who preached biblical principles. Ethnic study equates many gender and sexual identities with skin color. So anyone who does not convert to this ideology is labeled racist. This is a form of control and manipulation on your developing minds. If you want an equitable society, then focus on helping students read, write, and do math on grade level, and make ethnic studies an elective but not required to increase students' agency and to respect their freedom to choose. Thank you.
Hi guys, Greg Marzilli, Santa Ana High School teacher, coach, site rep. Hope you guys are doing well since last time I saw you guys last month. So first off, I want to start and just say that I understand in lowering enrollment is really putting management and teachers in positions that we're not happy with on both sides. That being said, traditionally, I've been around long enough. Our district, unfortunately, has a history of being real reactional instead of being proactive. I know that we riffed last year and then we brought people back on temp contracts hoping that we would get the enrollment to keep them. And that's just not the situation. We've also had displacements that we're going to be going through, and we've got a second round of displacements that we've been made aware of, further cutting into our teaching staff. And you've heard the reasons and things that come with that, the loss of programs and the loss of choice, and the loss of choice means the loss of students because they're going to go where they get the best choice. What I want to talk about is we've got this math class coming up, the personal finance class, and it's only a one semester class, but it is coming. It will be mandated. We have to start it in 27, 28, I believe. I'm worried we're going to get rid of all of the teachers that could be teaching that class, those sections, now. And then we're going to be rushing to hiring new people when this happens. And I really hope you guys just think about, and just think, we know what it is. We know, and I know a history teacher can teach it, and a math teacher, and I'm a history teacher. I can do econ because that aligns up with government, but you don't want me teaching your personal finance class. So I hope that you look at who would be best served. So please think about that before we get rid of and displace these teachers that can fit in. We don't need to hire great teachers now to try and find new teachers in a year. Next, again, on the vein of being proactive, Dr. Satinder Hawkins at Santa Ana High School, she's now at Segerstrom, she and Michael Chavez built a curriculum for this personal finance class. And they'd been talking to people at the district to get it ready because they wanted to pilot it this semester so they could get it done. They had applied for grants. They were going to get a $3,500 grant to help support it because they were doing it a year early. It's been built on the Next Gen Personal Finance site. And please, if we're looking into doing this class, let's look at who's already working on it. Chavez High School also has a class very similar. Theirs is written so only math teachers. My understanding is that only math teachers can do it. But please look up Michael Chavez at Santa Ana High School or Dr. Satinder Hawkins. They have this done. It's ready to go. It's bundled. It's done. So please look them up because they're awesome. Thank you. Oh, and Mr. Abasco, did you choose a college yet? Last month. Can you tell us later?
Good evening, school board members. My name is Nancy Self, and I have been a resident in Santa Ana for over 30 years. Understand that Santa Ana Unified is the only school district in Orange County that flies the rainbow pride flag in June. I think it is fine to celebrate various viewpoints, but if you're going to do this for the sake of inclusion, it is actually excluding many people who do not believe the ideologies represented by the pride flag. As an academic institution defines matter, the California Department of Education describes non-binary and 11+ gender identities. The identities listed in this state document are transgender, intersex, gender neutral, agender, gender queer, gender fluid, two-spirit, bigender, pangender, gender nonconforming, and gender variant. It says that non-binary is an umbrella term of many genders, and that children as young as the age of 2 years old can determine their chosen gender at 2 years of age, just coming out of diapers. Most people don't realize that the pink, baby blue, and white striped heart on We Care posters is our school's present all these gender choices for children. Santa Ana is faith-based city. There are 9 Catholic parishes, 100 Protestant churches, 3 Mormon or LSD churches, 1 Muslim mosque, 1 Jewish synagogue, 5 Kingdom Halls of Jehovah's Witnesses, and several Vietnamese Buddhist temples, 5 Catholic schools, and 2 Protestant schools. Most of these major religions teach there are only 2 genders, male and female. Santa Ana Unified says they respect the families and the cultures of their city. However, how is this pushing of over 11 gender identities representing the community of our strong faith cultures, forcing beliefs on our children and grandchildren that contradict the beliefs of parents and grandparents is not respectful of, it is a betrayal of trust. The pride flag represents the 11 plus gender identities for the state of California is trying to normalize to our children. If the pride flag represents inclusion, then where are the flags that represent the cultures and faiths in Santa Ana? At my church, Brand New Life Christian Center, Pastor Amy Battaglia is taking the time to preach on covenant marriage between a man and a woman, creating trust, love, and intimacy in their marriage only between a man and a woman under God is a covenant. Is a covenant between God and man and husband and wife.
And our final 3 speakers, Mike Rodriguez, followed by Joe Okatura, and followed by Arlette Ridout.
Okay, good evening, everybody. And it's really good to see youth up here as well, you know. And Mr. Bustos, I'm not talking about you, all right? I'm just playing. Youngest board member ever. I love it. My name is Mike Rodriguez. I'm a high school director for the Santa Ana Educators Association. But tonight I'm here speaking as an ethnic studies educator about the 1 semester online grad requirement that is being voted on tonight or being discussed. Dr. Perez, I do appreciate your comments about that you said earlier, right, about the ethnic studies waiver. While we do need it for this year, we cannot make this common practice every year. One of the biggest reasons that we have to do this is because we dropped the ball on ethnic studies for the last 2 years, you know, training educators and many other things. We need to ramp this up. We need to ramp up the development of our program ASAP so that we do not have this same problem next year. It is extremely important that we train educators and that we have administrators that ensure that counselors have courses available for students in August and that teachers are ready to teach the plethora of courses that are available. And we need to make sure that this process starts now and goes into the summer so that come April of next year, we will not be facing the same crisis. Ethnic studies should be a 1-year requirement, just like all the other subjects, if for no other reason that our students benefit greatly from these classes. So here's a few comments, and I'll share. I got a stack here. I'm going to share with you when I'm finished. All right, I'm getting old here, man. I got to take my glasses off. Okay, first comment from, these are some of my students. I like how things were not sugar-coated and how strong the community's mentions in this class are, how strong they are, and how they continue to fight. I like the beginning of the course because it got my hopes up. I was expecting to learn more about my community, my ethnic and cultural background, and their contributions to America. Something I liked about this class would be the opportunity to learn more about my own ethnicity, since I probably wouldn't have in any other class. I really like how the school is including this now. I have a few friends who identify as different than the norm. It's nice to see people like them getting recognized. And finally, this is one I like the best. It taught me more than my other classes. So that may not be true for everybody, right? But to finish, please strengthen the language in this resolution to make the waiver temporary to this year only. Let's not minimize ethnic studies to a 1-semester online class. Please eliminate academic scheduling as an opt-in reason for the waiver. And let's fulfill the dream of bringing a full-fledged and robust ethnic studies program to our district. And FYI, many of my students have done projects about Dr. Martin Luther King in my class. They've gone further with African American history and cultures, and they've discussed Little Texas, right? Santa Ana's historic neighborhood, African American community. And, so we learn about all different types of groups. Let's keep this going and let's make it stronger. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Joe. I'm a chaplain, and I serve in Orange County for the youth in Santa Ana and all throughout Orange County. As an African-American Christian, I am concerned that Santa Ana Unified is cultivating an exclusive, non-welcoming environment towards students and families of faith. When one set of beliefs is promoted through school symbols and celebrations, while others are ignored and even mocked, this doesn't create a safe space for all students. In 2025, the superintendent said that SAUSD observes Pride Month by flying the progressive rainbow flag because it's a symbol of the district's commitment to creating a safe and inclusive environment for all students and staff. If the goal is to create a safe and inclusive environment for all, then flags that represent other beliefs should also be flown. Christians believe that there are only two genders and that marriage is between a man and a woman. However, we do teach our children and youth to be respectful of other views and be kind to all people. We expect also that our views and chosen lifestyles should be equally respected. In order to do this, I ask that a Christian flag be flown so that students and staff of the Christian faith know their beliefs are equally honored with the acceptance and belonging. Also, as an African American, I ask that gender identities and various sexual orientations not be equated to skin color. After all, as a melanated, fully melanated person, I can't be racially fluid. I can't decide to be black tonight, but on the weekends turn into a white person. It's not possible. When black and brown were added to the pride flag, many African Americans felt like the LGBTQI, I want to make sure I'm getting everybody, I plus movement was trying to hijack the civil rights movement. For me, that's a huge insult. Comparing sexual and gender identities to skin color is a false comparison. The pride flag is not about fighting racism. It's a belief system about gender and sexual identities, a belief system that contradicts many beliefs that many African American Christians such as myself have. It's possible to not accept someone's beliefs and still respect them as a person. A visible representation of diverse flags representing diverse views would communicate this mutual respect of inclusion and provide cultural relevance. Thank you.
Sorry, shortest person over here. You can start me now, right? Okay. Good evening, Superintendent, board members, and district leaders. My name is Arlette Redoud. I'm a proud counselor for over 29 years here in the district, all in one school, proud to say. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Like to bring back the attention again to the MOU that I know you guys have in your hands today regarding our CalSTRS and how it's impacting high school counselors. For more than 15 years, high school counselors have continuously worked a 202 calendar day, which fully supports our students through their graduation verification, academic planning, college and career guidance, crisis intervention, and anything a student may need. This work extends way beyond the traditional school year to make sure that our students are always successful and are heard and seen. We understand that the support of the district is needed to address the audit and ensure compliance with CalSTRS. We would just like to, for the moving approach, In the current approach of moving counselors to 192 days does not accurately reflect the work that is performed by the high school counselors. More importantly, it has potential negative impact on the retirement more than anything. We've been encouraged to hear that phase 3 will be addressed, and I'm hoping that that is true with our high school counselors, and that it accurately reflects what truly is being reported and what truly we are really working. We are just asking that we have tonight clarity, urgency, and communication as a team together to actually get through the process before the end of the school year. This is not just a technical adjustment, but it directly affects retirement. Again, thank you so much for your leadership and for taking the opportunity to work. Fixing the audit should not be an expense to the high school counselors, but a way of correcting something that accurately represents our job description and our true work year. Thank you.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Quiros. I want to take a moment to thank all of our speakers. Thank you for taking the time to come out and share with the board. We will now move to our consent calendar. As we move into consent calendar, board members will have up to 2 minutes each with 2 rounds to discuss items, to discuss items pulled from the consent calendar. This adjustment helps ensure we manage our time effectively while allowing for meaningful input. And with that, do any of my fellow board members wish to remove any items from consent calendar, items 10.1 through 10.16? You can go ahead and add yourself to the speakers list. I see Ms. Lebsack.
Surprise, surprise. 10.10, 10.12, and 10.13.
10.10, 0.12, and 0.13. Okay. Are there any others? No? Okay. Okay. Can I get a motion and a second to approve the remainder of the consent calendar and consent calendar construction and bond-related items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Let's prepare to vote. We will start with our student board members. Okay. With 2 yes vote, we'll now move to the remainder of the board. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, a motion carries. Okay, let's go to the items pulled from the consent calendar for discussion and separate action. We'll start with 10.10, Ms. Quiros.
Approval of revised job description, library media specialist.
Okay, add yourself to the speakers list.
Motion to approve.
Oh, thank you.
Second.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for discussion. Okay, so we go ahead and open it up for discussion. I see Ms. Lebsack on the speaker list.
Yeah, I looked at the job description of the library media specialist, and I think, we've had a lot of public speakers come in and voicing concerns about some of our library books. So I did ask. I sent a question to our staff asking, how do we actually evaluate and vet these books? Because some of you may not be familiar, but I want to say this out loud. Hopefully, parents are listening out there as well, and administrators. But there is a website called takebacktheclassroom.com, takebacktheclassroom.com, and it shows sexually pervasive, explicit books, okay? And it'll show it according to state, school district, and schools. So in our school district, it shows 522 pervasively sexually
Sorry to
explicit
interrupt you. I
books.
just want to do a point of order. I'm not sure. I feel like we're getting a little bit off the topic of the actual agenda item.
Okay, let me read what's on the agenda item then, okay? I'll read it. It says, library media specialist job description is to evaluate, select, and direct the purchase of materials of books and periodicals. So my question to the staff, again, was how do we evaluate these books? And Ms. Brazier-Seves, I'm sorry if you don't want the public to know this information. It looks that way, but I'm telling you, there's 522 books that are said to be sexually pervasive, explicit in our school district, okay? So check it out, takebacktheclassroom.com. My question was, how are they evaluating these books? How are these kind of books getting into our school libraries? And I know that Mr. Shamasaki mentioned, hey, we're having people leave the district. Well, you know what? Maybe we need to look at this. And I know I've said it before, this book right here is teaching kids how to use sex apps. So I thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for saying, how do we challenge these books? People have challenged books, but how do we get them out? Apparently, the American Library Association says they should be in our schools, and they're teaching them how to use sex apps that put them in harm's way of exploitation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lepsak. Dr. Alvarez?
Just a couple of questions, just for clarification regarding our process. So, Dr. Perez, what is the process that somebody can follow if they feel that a book is inappropriate?
I'm going to invite the team to share what the process looks like here in SAUSD.
So there is a process where a parent can go to a school site and actually have a conversation with the principal, but there's also an official complaint form that anybody who has a problem with any type of curriculum can actually fill out. And there is a committee that's formed, and we actually have several book challenges right now. A committee has been formed, and they are actually in the process of reviewing it. They will convene to talk about next steps. So you have recourse as a parent at a school site, but also at a higher level by filling out an official complaint form.
The uniform complaint process is the process to file
That
the
is
complaint,
correct.
right? I think last time we had this conversation, I had asked Dr. Perez if we had any uniform complaints coming in regards to books, and I believe that the comment was no. This was 2 or 3 months ago, something like that. Have we had any complaints through that process?
We have had several now that have come to us. And so we are in the process of reviewing all of those complaints.
And so we're going through the process of reviewing books. What would be the steps all the way up until the end when a decision is made?
Okay, so I will let Dr. Alvarado walk us through the entire process since she's part of the committee.
Thank you. Good evening. So we did receive our first set of challenges at the end of November. And so part of the process was to inform those community members that were submitting the challenges that we were in receipt of their challenges. What we did was we compiled, some of the books ranged from elementary level, which was an easy read, take 10 minutes to read, where others were chapter books, over 1,000 pages. And so what we did was we created book resumes for each of the selections. We also formed a committee. So we have respected members of the district that are part of this committee. Our first meeting will be held on March 31st. And so at the end of February, beginning of March, we provided all the book resumes to the committee members so that they would have time to review all the 10 items that were being challenged. We also gave them an opportunity to request the full-length books. And so our first meeting to evaluate the first 10 challenges that we received will happen on March 31st. Since then, we've also received another set of challenges that will be reviewed at a later time, because some of the books on the first initial challenges and the books on the second are the same titles, so that will eliminate the books that we need to review the second time around.
Thank you.
So, and Dr. Perez or the team, can you please clarify the reason I think that we're ready to move forward and I want to call the vote, but I want to clarify with you first is this item is really a job summary, so it's not about how if I'm looking through it again, I've just skimmed through it again 2 times here. This isn't how we go about selecting our library books. This is a job, an updated job description for the library media specialist.
Yes.
Okay.
And that update is coming as a result of some of the other HR functions related to STIRS and making sure that we have all of the right job descriptions in place for the employees that we currently have.
Okay. So Ms. Lebsack, per your questions, if you have follow-up questions, can we get that in the B2B, more information to her inquiry that may be a little bit going off the topic of the job description, but more about our process around books?
If I may, if we can't talk about it now, then I would ask that we put it on the agenda so we can have a discussion, because I was elected to represent my community, and this is an issue that they are concerned about, and it's being kind of pushed under the rug.
I would recommend that I hear you, so what I would recommend is that you include it in your board comments, and that's the appropriate space to make an ask of your colleagues. But again, I want to keep us, my goal and my role is to really make sure that we get through the consent, and hopefully you did get some of what you were looking for in this conversation, but I do think we have to keep going. We did get a little bit off topic with this specific item, but please bring it up in your board comment. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. We'll start with our student vote. Okay, with the 2 yes vote, motion carries. We'll go ahead and now move to the remainder of the board. Okay, with a 4 yes vote and with Ms. Lebsack abstaining, motion carries. 10.12, Ms. Quiros.
Approval of revised job description, District Librarian Project Coordinator.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Can I get a second? I will second. And now I'll open it up for discussion. Ms. Lebsack?
Yes, this next one is a job description for the District Librarian Project Coordinator. And at the top of page 3, it says, to ensure district-wide alignment with selection criteria, inclusivity standards, and education code requirements for library materials. My question is, how do we define inclusivity standards? As we heard tonight, we did have a comment that inclusivity seems to actually be exclusionary. And so I'm hoping I'm going to buy some time while somebody comes up to the mic to answer this question, defining inclusivity standards. Because I found books in our libraries that literally said, if you don't believe these certain things, then you should be called a bigot. And I challenged some of those books because they're very detrimental to people of faith.
Okay, so the inclusivity is built within our standards, just includes people, different voices, different perspectives, religions, beliefs, different perspectives. So the inclusivity clause is just really about offering a wide perspective and diverse opinions and perspectives on different topics.
So is there a way that I could request on a B2B that we see, because we see that they're being vetted, these books, we have certain inclusivity. Are many different viewpoints being offered, such as the speaker spoke tonight? I mean, yeah, are we showing a lot of different viewpoints in the type of books that are in our libraries? How can we show that and demonstrate that to our community?
So the different viewpoints that are being shared or displayed within these books fall within the standards. So within our English standards, there are standards that expect there to be different perspectives. And so we try to maintain within our library books, within the textbooks, within the classroom libraries, that the readings offer a different range of perspectives and beliefs based on our standards.
And we can provide that in B2B.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we can go ahead and proceed to vote. At this time, we'll begin with our student board members. Okay. With a 1 yes vote with Mr. Abascal not present, we'll now move to the remainder of the board members. Okay, with the 4 yes vote with Ms. Lebsack abstaining, motion carries. 10.13, Ms. Quiros.
Was that 10.13? I thought I heard 10.15, Ms. Lebsack.
No, sorry, 13.
13, thank you. Approval of revised job description, school nurse.
Okay, can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we can now open for discussion. Ms. Lebsack?
I just wanted to ask this question because some parents were asking me. They wanted to know, will there be any full-time nurses at any of the elementary school sites?
I see Ms. Desjardins making her way up. Thank you.
Good evening. It depends on multiple metrics that we look at for assignments of RNs. So depending on the programs that are at the schools. So if we have, for example, medically fragile class, it depends on the needs, but it also depends on the enrollment, the number of IEP. So there's multiple factors that determine RN assignments.
And how many sites does a nurse usually cover?
1 or 2. Right now we have some vacancies, so we do have some coverage.
Some parents are telling me 5. Is this just
Sorry.
wrong information?
I would
Okay.
say yes. Yes.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah, that was
Okay,
it.
thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we can proceed to vote, starting with our student board members. With a 1 yes vote, with Ms. Gomez and voting yes, and Mr. Abascal not present. We'll go ahead and move to the remainder of the board. With a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Thank you. So next we have an informational item. Dr. Perez, would you like to get us started on this item?
Sure, thank you so much. I'm going to invite Mr. Hacker to share a little bit more about this item. This is actually the review of an administrative regulation, naming of a facility, and this is what I was referencing in my opening comments, wanting to make sure that we provide information to our community around the process that we must go through as a school district. It is in our administrative regulations around exactly how we go through the naming of a facility. It's not something that we could just do from one day to the next because there is a process. So Mr. Hacker, if you will provide an overview of what that process looks like and what community input specifically would look like.
And maybe I should have started with this, but just to provide some context for the community, I just want to jump in really quick before Mr. Hacker shares the technical side of things. So just our board, tonight we have this on our agenda. I do believe this really reflects the values of our board in standing with the women who've come forward who, and I'll speak for myself and I know my colleagues will have a chance to share as well, who have come forward regarding cases of experiences of sexual assault involving Cesar Chavez, very unfortunate news that came out. And so being that we do have a school named after Cesar Chavez, this is something that we're taking very seriously, and we've heard from our community members, that this is obviously a concern, and so we wanted to be as transparent as possible and as swift as possible to bring this conversation to the public as far as what would the process be in considering a change in name, and so that's really what brought forward this informational item, and we'll have, I'm sure, a robust conversation on this, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Hacker.
Thank you. So I'll just very quickly go over the administrative regulation. And I think it'd probably be most helpful to talk about this in the context of the last school that was renamed, which was the renaming from Fremont to Guzman. So this administrative regulation covers the process, and upon the superintendent receiving a formal request, and that could be from the board, it could be from community, then that begins the process, and we do an administrative and legal review. So we do involve legal counsel to look at the implications of the naming. The most important part of this process, and it was used during that Fremont Guzman renaming, was involving the community. So in that particular case, we did a survey of the students at the site, of the staff, and of the community in general. And based on that information, we were able to make an informed decision to proceed with the renaming. At that point, there were some suggested names. Once again, legal counsel reviewed those names. We did some research to make sure there were no negative implications associated with those names. And after that, there's just a very pro forma process where a committee, and the committee is literally just the superintendent and the board president, formally bring this forward to the board, and then the board actually takes action. And the board actually then takes action to rename the site.
And is that the full informational?
That is
Okay.
the process. It's a relatively simple process, and it's something that we've done. I mean, since I've been here, we've done, I want to say 3, but it's actually only 2.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Hacker. So at this time, you're ready for questions or comments from the board?
If there are questions, I could absolutely answer them.
Okay, so we can go ahead and open up the conversation. If there's questions or comments that folks would like to weigh in on, please add yourself to the speakers list. I do see we have Ms. Lebsack on the speakers list.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Hacker, I'm just wondering, how much did it cost the district when we did make that change of names from Fremont to Guzman?
Well, that name change was, in terms of facilities, about $50,000. That it could very well be more expensive than other sites. It has to do with the nature of the signs, and it just so happened that the sign at Fremont, one of the signs, was actually concrete that was embedded. So it was very expensive to remove it, grind it down, and then put the new sign over. That's not going to always be the case. Site to site, it's going to vary.
Okay, anybody else want to add? Ms. Magdalena?
Yes, thank you. Really quick, since the allegations came out, have we had any requests from the public to rename the high school?
I have not personally heard any formal request to rename.
So can this be my formal request to rename, or do I have to send an email?
It's on the record. I mean, in this public meeting, that would be on the record.
Okay, thank you. And I also just have a couple quick comments, right? So when I first learned about the recent allegations reported by the New York Times, like many of us in the community, I was deeply shocked, right? I want to begin by acknowledging the women who came forward for their courage and their voices. I know it must have been really difficult. As a young woman in public office, I can understand the pressure that can exist to remain silent or look the other way. But here in Santa Ana, a city rooted in justice, dignity, and community, we are called to something greater. Living those values means facing difficulty and the truth with honesty and integrity, and taking action when it matters most. Which is why, I just want to thank my colleagues for allowing us to bring this item forward. And as we continue with this process, I want the community to be at the forefront of this. I want our educators, our students to be at the forefront of this. And I also want to emphasize the importance of taking immediate steps at the school site. So if it hasn't been done so already, I want to ask their superintendent, and hopefully I can get consensus from my colleagues, to cover any names that are currently displayed. I know Santa Ana College cover theirs. They have a building named after him. If we can do that immediately, any names displayed facing the streets. So hopefully, I can have consensus from my colleagues, and this is my formal request to begin the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magdaleno. We have Ms. Gomez.
I don't really know if this is confidential or not, but do we have any ideas for new names we would put on these elementaries? Like any other activists or women who have had significant impact during this type of movement?
Nothing formal yet. We've begun to do the research because we know that's going to come. So we've prepared a list. There's been suggestions that it should be a Latina. I will share that my prior district had a site that was named for Ochoa, the first female Latina astronaut. That's one of the names that we came up with, but there's others.
I hope this doesn't come off as biased, but as a girl myself, having this opportunity to be up here, it's not to more so like perpetrate, but I would strongly urge to consider a Latina for this type of naming, because women have historically been looked down upon and our achievements have not been looked upon. For example, the mother of Wi-Fi has always had her achievements regarded to a man, and Murray, I can't remember how to say her last name, the woman who founded physics, who founded like all of this nuclear stuff, she's always had her also like all of it attributed to a man at her time. So as a woman myself and also as a Mexican, I'd strongly urge you to probably look into Latinas. I think we deserve our recognition.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Dr. Perez, did you?
I was just going to note that, we are looking for those things to come from our community, very much so. So we hear you, and we will work through the process and bring forth recommendations to the board.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. I also wanted to share on this item, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments and recommendations, and I think we can gather consensus as well on the more specific items. But I wanted to share just, I know we put out a statement as a district, but I think it's important to share in these moments. And one of the things that really weighed on me, I mean, there were many, there were several real difficulties with this news. But one thing when I listened to Ms. Dolores Huerta's, one of her interviews, that weighed on me was just how women too often experience, not only experience, but also carry the weight of sexual assault and violence in silence, and for many reasons. But what I heard in her story that has rung true to me, whether it's family, friends, colleagues, leaders in the movements that I admire, a similarity and a trend that I hear is that there's this deep concern and love for others, and the impact that it will have to others for sharing the violence that was committed to them. And so often women and girls are selflessly trying to protect their families, our communities, or even our broader movements. And so I just have so much respect for our women and girls in our movements, and in our community and in our families, as they navigate far too often, these experiences of sexual assault and violence. So I really wanted to uplift all of the women who came forward, and just all women, and also anyone who has experienced these horrible acts of violence. And so I also believe it's very important that we take these reports seriously, and that we acknowledge that while this is such a hard truth, we can't continue to honor or have, we need to have these hard conversations about the names of our buildings and our schools. And so I would love to see us find a way to rename our school in a way that still can affirm the farm worker movement, the labor movement, women, Latina women in these movements, or other leaders as well. I'm really open to what the community comes up with. And I want to just preface that I think we should also, I want to mention that, we do have other schools as well, and community members have reached out to me about other schools that may also have some issues, right, and problematic histories with the namesake that they carry. And so my recommendation, before I pass it on to my colleagues on the list, would be that we direct the superintendent to establish a committee to review the school names that may present similar concerns and really look at where ensuring our naming practices reflect our shared values. I think this is an opportunity as a community to really to look at that. We have heard this over the past several years, especially from our students in our ethnic studies classes, come forward, and that's how we came about with the Guzman name change. So I think this is a great time to bridge that conversation, but I will pass it over to Mr. Bustos.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to begin my comments by just saying that I undeniably believe the survivors who came forward. And I want to thank my colleagues for their comments tonight and recognizing that I sit up here as a man and making sure that we are uplifting the words and the stances of women in our community and believing women in our community that when they come forward and share something so deeply personal. And so as a school board member that represents Area 5, in which that current high school currently sits in, I absolutely support the renaming of that site. I believe that it needs to be done quickly. I support both of the recommendations that I've heard so far around, covering the namesake of the site until a new name is chosen. Also support the ask to look at ways or the other schools that have namesakes of particularly men who have very problematic backgrounds. And making sure that we have namesakes of schools in our community that represent our community. And so I always encourage us to look at our deep history here in Santa Ana. We have amazing local history here in the city of people that have done so much work to uplift our local community. And so I know that there are so many people that we can recognize and uplift. And so I ask that we look at that, we consider that, and I want to thank my colleagues for the opportunity to have this discussion today, and of course, just want to thank the public. I know that I had received numerous phone calls, emails, messages about this issue, and it's important that as a board, we respect the policies and the practices that we have in place to make sure that there is a process, to make sure that we are abiding by our policies and our bylaws, but at the same time, making sure that we are moving in a timely manner to address the issues that are coming forward from our community. So again, I want to thank everybody for the conversation, and I support again, I guess if we're making a formal request here, here's my formal request to do that. But again, call on our community to be involved in the process, to be engaged, because we also want to ensure that the namesake of that school is representative of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magdalena.
Yes, just really quickly to end my comments. Dr. Perez, if folks from the community want to know where they can submit their suggestions, any requests that they have for the name, or any other school that they want to also, consider for name change, where can they submit that?
If you will please email me at lorraine.perez@sausd.us. You can send your requests for other schools that it sounds like we're going to explore renaming, as well as any suggestions that you may have with regards to who we should be considering for this particular school, and I'm referring to the Chavez renaming because that one will be the one that we deal with first.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Can I just make a request? And I'm not sure if this information is already somewhere within our administrative regulation or somewhere on our website, but I appreciate you sharing, folks reaching out to you and contacting you. but not everybody's watching our board meeting tonight. So it's important that I think we memorialize this and we have this in a standard place for the community to be able to get to whenever they need it. So whether that's reflected in the administrative regulation or whether that's on the website somewhere, just making sure that we have a place and we're able to share that out with the community as well.
Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I think I pressed my button like 3 times. Were you just turning it off?
No, I think what happened is I thought your mic was already on. So while someone else was speaking, I turned it off. I didn't realize.
Got it.
Both
Thanks.
wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, of course, this is serious, and I do understand covering it up, but I think looking at it, I mean, when I was a teacher, I've been a teacher here for the last 10 years, and in those 10 years, I mean, there might be more, but 3 schools have already changed names. I'm talking about just because of consolidation or merges. So Spurgeon turned into Romero Cruz, Remington turned into Reach, and Walker turned into Roosevelt Walker. And it just seems to me that if we're patient, it won't take long. We can easily probably merge schools where that name would just be phased out completely as it merges with another site. So I would think that rather than just immediately, jumping in to spending $50,000 or more, maybe we could be patient and look at this, especially since, there could be other things that come out in time, and it's just seems to be prudent.
Dr. Alvarez?
I support this motion. Call for the question.
So this is informational. But I think we want to. Which motion are you referring to? Sorry.
Oh, no, actually, it was
Ms. Magdalenos?
yeah, right.
So I think, would it be helpful to get consensus around some of the items that I heard? That was my plan, but I'm just like processes wise. Would that be okay with you, Dr. Alvarez? Okay. So just to recap, and thank you. So let me recap what I heard, and then Dr. Perez, if I'm missing anything, and my colleagues as well. So there's an urgency around beginning with our school site named after Cesar Chavez for the so the superintendent is also going to establish a committee or some form of process to review other school names that may also be problematic, and a process to look at timeline and what would make sense to involve community school sites within those timelines, knowing that may span some time. We will have information on how folks can either participate in those conversations and or make their suggestion for future school names or the new name through our website, and I think I also heard through social media, and make sure that that's out in the public. And there was also, among the conversation up here, a strong sentiment that we, encourage renaming focused on honoring a Latina. And in the meantime, we would cover the Cesar Chavez names. Did I capture everything? Okay. Okay, great. Yes, but then after this, let's move on to our next item.
Okay, I just want clarification. Is this about this particular site? Because you did add that we're going to be doing other sites, and that's like very obscure. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yep. So, yes. So if I have consensus from the board, a majority of the board, my recommendation is, having heard from community, having that we not only hold this individual accountable, right? That we also begin to address, for quite some time now, there have been conversations from community around other school sites. And so for me, part of this came from, if we're going to hold one person accountable, we need to also look at how other groups are also held accountable for their actions. And so that was my suggestion, and I did hear some consensus, unless I was mistaken, but I see some heads nodding, so.
I don't know if you're familiar with San Francisco and what happened with their school board, but we might want to look into a little bit of history on that before we just give a blatant, broad thing about changing a bunch of school names. It can become a witch hunt.
And I think, so this is,
Look at some history.
there's no direction to, there's no specific schools at this point, right? This is to direct the superintendent to either establish a committee or create a process to identify and just bring more information forward. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for the conversation. Again, it was very important, and I really value our board for speaking up and taking a stand during this time. And again, I want to acknowledge our community. I know this is a really heavy time for many, so thank you. Now, we do have a presentation on our agenda, and Dr. Perez, will you go ahead and kick us off with our academic portion of tonight?
I am very excited to do that. Again, I want to share appreciation for the ongoing commitment from our board to share publicly our data and allow for our team to really uplift and highlight what our district is doing and the day-to-day undertaking of just the heavy work of continuous improvement around our instruction and outcomes. So with that, I will turn it over to our team. If Ms. Barquin and Dr. Alvarado will please take center stage.
So good evening, President Brazier Aceves, Superintendent Perez, board members, cabinet, and audience. Tonight, we are pleased to share an update on graduate progress through the lens of college and career, our college and career indicator. While we provide secondary progress updates each year, this presentation carries particular importance because college and career readiness remains one of our 3 district instructional priorities. This work matters deeply because it reflects something fundamental about who we are as a district. We believe every SAUSD student deserves to graduate with real choices, real opportunity, and a future filled with possibility. The data we are sharing tonight helps us understand where we have made progress, where challenges remain, and where we must continue to act with urgency and purpose. It also reflects our ongoing commitment to ensuring that students are not only graduating, but graduating prepared for what comes next. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Leticia Alvarado, who will lead us through the presentation.
Right, good evening, President Brazier Aceves, members of the board, Superintendent Perez. My name is Leticia Alvarado, and I'm the Executive Director for Teaching and Learning. And tonight's presentation provides an annual update on SAUSD's performance towards graduation in college and career readiness. Tonight, we're going to examine two cohorts, the class of 2025, which was our last year's graduating class. We have full outcome data on this cohort. And then secondly, we will look at class of 2026, which are our current seniors. And so we will see in real time where they are and where we need to act. In some cases, we will revert to data from 2024. This will provide a 2-year comparison of full complete outcome data. And when we have data that represents the class of 2024, I'll make sure to point that out. All right, the metrics we will cover tonight are attendance, grades. Within the grades, we will look at certain courses that specifically are applied to our A through G eligibility. So in A through G eligibility, we look at 15 year-long courses that meet the UC-CSU requirement. We will also look at advanced placement, so how our students are doing on these exams. Dual enrollment, our students participate in dual enrollment classes through Santa Ana College. We will look at our career technical education pathway, And lastly, we will examine how our students are doing towards completing financial aid applications. And so together, these indicators will really give us a comprehensive picture of how our students have done towards progressing towards graduation, and also meeting college and career readiness. As we're looking at this data, I just want to advise us that we are looking at a snapshot, right? We're looking at pieces of data, and although most of it is informational, it does give us some direction as to where we need to go for this current class and for future classes. So before we dive in, just a glossary of acronyms that will be woven in through the presentation. And so to begin, we have advanced placement. So these are exams that students have the opportunity to take in high school and receive college credit once a passing rate has been achieved. We have CADR, the California DREAM Act. This is a financial aid application for our DACA students. Our College and Career Indicator. This is the accountability measure that the state of California uses to indicate that students are prepared for college and career readiness. And that is our next acronym, which is CCR. Last month, we had a presentation by Stephen Long, our Director of Career Education and Workforce Innovation. And under that work lies our CTE pathway, or Career Technical Education pathway. And these pathways live within our various high schools. We have the FAFSA, or the Free Application for Financial Federal Aid. So this is a second application for financial aid. And long-term English learners. And so this is a classification under the English learners. And this is our largest classification at the secondary level for English learners, right? This represents students that have been in our schooling system for more than 6 years and are working towards mastering the English language. And lastly, our special education students will also be highlighted in this presentation. So as Ms. Budgain mentioned earlier, we do have our 3 district priorities. And tonight's focus will really be about our pathway to success, college and career readiness. So every data point that you're going to see tonight directly connects back to that commitment. This is not just a state accountability measure, but it's really the promise that we make to every SAUSD student. So we'll begin with attendance. Because a student who is not in school is not receiving the access to coursework that leads to graduation in college and career readiness. Attendance is not separate from our academic goals. It really provides a foundation for student success within SAUSD. So as we look at this senior comparison, in the yellow, you have the cohort from 2025, and in orange, you have the cohort of 2026. We are looking at 4 ways of looking at attendance. We have chronic absenteeism, which represents students missing 10% of the academic school year. Next, we have high absenteeism, which represents 5 to 9% of missing days in school. Then we have moderate, which is 0.1% to 4.9%. And then lastly, we have no absences, which means basically perfect attendance. And so as we look at this slide, there's some meaningful progress to acknowledge. When we look at chronic absenteeism, it has dropped from 32.9% to 28.7%. So this is a 4-point decline in over a year, and it represents intentional outreach and attendance recovery efforts at our sites. The high absenteeism also continued trending down from 24.3 to 22.4. But one of the most encouraging points of data on this slide is the percentage of seniors with no absences. That cohort grew from 2.4% to almost 10%. This is a nearly 4-fold increase. So that really signals a growth of consistent attendance among our senior classes. And I just want to mention two schools, Godinez Fundamental and Middle College. These are our standout campuses whose senior attendance practices are worth highlighting. So in speaking to Mr. Jesse Church, principal at Godinez Fundamental, when I asked him about what he attributes to this success, he spoke specifically about the campus culture. He mentioned that his support staff and staff is highly visible and accessible to students, that they're actively engaged, and there's a collective responsibility around attendance. He also mentioned how the use of his FACE liaison, and that the FACE liaison is really used to bridge that homeschool connection and to reinforce that shared commitments to ensure that students are in attendance every day. I also spoke to Principal Werner over at Middle College and asked him about what he sees as a positive contributor to attendance. And he mentioned the flexible scheduling that students have there. He says that it empowers students to both take those required courses that are needed to meet A through G eligibility, but also that their coursework through Santa Ana College is interest-driven through their hybrid model that they offer there. So I mentioned some of the successes in the reduction of chronic absences and the increase in no absences. But one of the challenges that this presents for us is that our seniors actually hold the highest percentage of chronic absenteeism. So that's an alert for us as a system to respond to. There are some actions that are already in place. There's many of our schools design goals around attendance to directly influence and impact chronic absenteeism. There's attendance and wellness processes in place. There's also interventions. And, just in talking to Principal Werner and Principal Church, there are practices within both of those schools that we can investigate a little further and expand into our other schools. Also, one of the practices that we've had in place through our 9th grade on track work is really looking at that connection between attendance data and graduation and meeting our college and career indicator measures. Next, we're going to look at A through G eligibility. So this is really the foundation of our college and career readiness at SAUSD. When we look at the CSU systems and the UC systems, in order for a student to be qualified as A through G eligible, there are 15 courses within various content areas that they need to pass with a grade of C or better. So as you look at this slide, what this slide is demonstrating, again, is the class of 2025 in yellow and the class of our current class of class of 2026 in orange, is we see, I want to highlight two things. One, this is an unmatched data, right, because we're looking at two different groups of students. We're also looking at two different groups of students at two different times. And so we're really using this data as data to help us predict what will happen or to intervene to ensure that our outcomes are better than the year before, right? And so when you look across the A through G subjects, you will see that there's some cause for attention, right, in most of these core subject areas. In English, D and F rates increased from 23 to 29, or it's not that it increased, but there's a higher number of students that are not passing English. Science is, with the class of 2025, it was at 27%. Our current class is at 31% of D and F rates. Ethnic studies, there's a 7% differential. Math is showing a slight improvement, right, moving from 28% down to 26%. Social science is also showing an increase of 3%. And these are all A through G required courses. When students earn Ds or Fs, they are not earning A through G credit, right? So it is a cause for concern. And the data connects directly to our A through G completion rates and tells us where instructional interventions are needed and what needs to be targeted. So when we look at last year's class, this is a this is a representation of one class. And so when you look at the circle, all students of last year's, or when you look at all students, 47% or almost 50% of those students met A through G, met their A through G requirements. You will see different subgroups there. You see our homeless at 32, our foster at 15, our students with disability at 25, and our English learners at 28%. Students can be represented in different groups, right? So they can represent in the all, they can be represented in the homeless, they can be represented in the homeless and English learners. So it's not a sum of 100, it's just a representation of the class of 2025. When you look at the bar graphs, you can see some real strengths here. Middle College leads the district with a remarkable 97.9% A through G completion rate. A nearly perfect outcome and a powerful proof of what is possible for our students in SAUSD. A la Círculos is strong at 79.1%, and Godinez comes in at 68.1%, both well above the district average, as well as Segerstrom showing a solid performance at 64.2%. However, when we look at our most vulnerable students, we do see a persistent equity gap, right? So the district average is 47%, but when we look at our subgroups are significantly lower than our all-student representation. And when we look at our highest and lowest performing schools, there is a 61-point gap. So again, I mentioned some successes that we're having. We have some schools that are making some remarkable strides towards A through G eligibility, but we also recognize that our most vulnerable students are well below our district average. Some of the actions that are currently taking place are work around an equity-centered master schedule, so really redesigning our master schedule to support all students, including those students that are experiencing the most success, as well as those students that are within these vulnerable categories. We have some targeted supports, and then also just leveraging how our high-performing schools as a model or schools that are having success towards A through G completion. Next, we're going to look at where our current seniors stand in terms of total credit accumulation and their trajectory towards graduation. So although we include A through G requirements in our graduation, there are other graduation requirements that qualify a student to graduate here in SAUSD. So this slide tells two stories side by side. And so last year, you have the representation of last year on the left, and it's the class of 2025, and who graduated at a 91.5% rate. And so this is a strong foundation that we're really proud of. And this year, looking at the class of 2026, in the green, you will see that 48% of seniors are on track with 220 or more credits. So these are students that are currently in their second semester of their senior year. So they're still accumulating credits. They probably have around 30 credits that they're progressing towards. And then we have 39% of students who are in progress, and progress is 190 to 219 credits. So when we combine these both groups, we have 87% of our seniors who are within reach of graduation. Most of our students really have a viable path to finish and to graduate with us. With only 13% in the at-risk category, we have a really defined and manageable population of students to reach before the end of May. For most of our vulnerable subgroups, our SPED, our long-term English learners, and our foster youth, with fewer than 190 credits, the urgency is even greater. So again, overall, we have a strong graduation trajectory. Our at-risk numbers remain relatively contained and manageable, and but there's still a persistence in the equity gap when it comes to our subgroups. Some of our next steps and steps that our students are currently involved in is working towards one-to-one counseling, developing developing and implementing an individualized credit completion plan before the end of the year. And this data is really used to strengthen our warning signs, right? And then we've also developed an ethnic studies support plan because as we've been looking at this course, we have identified a number of students that are currently not meeting the 10-unit requirement under ethnic studies. So advanced placement, our AP program. So our AP data this year reflects growth, some national competitiveness, and a real clear direction for continued expansion around AP. So this slide tracks our district's performance over the last 2 years. So in this particular slide, we're looking at 2024 and 2025. That is data that we have complete outcome data for our student groups that have participated in AP. And it's measuring the percentage of students who scored a 3 or better. So any student who receives a passing score of 3 or better will receive college credit for that course. And so overall, we're really seeing a positive upward trend across several of our schools. So it's really reflecting the hard work of our educators and the commitment from our students to participate in these higher courses. When we look at Segerstrom High School, they saw a significant jump from 60.9% to 70.2%. It was a nearly 10% increase from the previous year. Godina's Fundamental remains a district leader. It's maintaining strong performance right at the 70% mark. And we also want to celebrate Valley High School, which was up over 5%, and Santa Ana High School up over 7%, both showing that our district-wide efforts to expand AP access are yielding results. So our next slide continues to demonstrate and highlight some of our schools that are showing outstanding growth overall. So when we look at AP, we not only look at students that are receiving a passing score of 3 or better. We also look improvement within the levels. Students can score anywhere between a 1 to a 5. So we also want to see improvements within the band. How many students are moving from a 3 to a 4? How many students are moving from a 2 to a 3? And so these are schools that we want to highlight for their improvement overall in our AP program. So we have Santa Ana High School with our highest improvement at 26.2%. Valley High School, 16.2%, Segerstrom High School with 15.3%, and Century High School with a 6.6%. So just showing the benefit of our AP program and how students with various backgrounds and experiencing are all experiencing success overall. So some more information around our AP program. Last year we had a full presentation around AP, so I'm bringing some information back to you so that you can get a comprehensive idea on how our students are doing. And what this slide highlights is our really top performing AP subjects among students with at least 50 test takers. And so we're not just cherry picking the smaller groups, we're really looking at the where most of our students are enrolled and in what subjects. So we're seeing success at a scale. AP Spanish Language and Culture really stands out with a 9.8 pass rate across 380 students. Moving nearly 400 students through a rigorous AP program with over 90% success is an incredible achievement for our world language department, and it really just represents the linguistic strength of our community. In the calculus track, we have 476 students in pre-calculus 470 students in pre-calculus and 132 in calculus BC. So notably, calculus BC, the more advanced course, carries a higher pass rate at 78.8%, showing that our most accelerated students are truly thriving in this program. So collectively, 376 students are moving through the calculus sequence, and the results demonstrate our math pipeline is producing students who are arriving at advanced levels. And so this also helps in developing our master schedules for next year and really making sure that these courses where we know and understand that students are feeling and experiencing success, that we look to expand and invite more students to participate in these programs. And then just some bragging rights for us as a district, really, is just to compare ourselves at the national level. I know sometimes we just do some internal comparisons and maybe with like districts, but I wanted to share some information that one of our consultants that we've been working with provided to us in terms of what the AP performance looks like here in SAUSD versus the national average. And we really have some like tremendous bright spots, right? Some floodlights to like look at. When we look at Spanish language and culture, our pass rate is 91.8 and the national pass rate is 84.9. So that's a difference of almost 7%. At pre-calculus, 81.5%. The national pass rate is 80.8%, with a difference of almost 1%. And then one of our most difficult exams, which is the Calculus BC, with a 78.8% passage rate, is the national average is 78.6%. And so, Calculus BC matching and beating the national average proves, that our math pipeline is robust and that our students are arriving at these advanced levels very prepared. Next, we'll move into dual enrollment. And so while AP is really one of our key pillars in providing college access and college credit for students, dual enrollment really provides another vital option for our students to earn college credit while still in high school. So this slide shows 4 years of data, and the consistency of students' participation is really remarkable when we look at the amount of students that are participating in a dual enrollment course through our partner, Santa Ana College. And so students completed 5,183 courses in the 22-23 school year. There was a slight increase of about 200 courses in 23-24, and then just a small dip in 24-25. And so the current year figure of 2,773 reflects a year that is still in progress. So our students are currently taking courses. They'll continue to take courses in the summer. And by the time we close out those 2 periods, we expect the number to keep building. So I know that we're experiencing some declining enrollment, but within our dual enrollment program, we're either maintaining or sustaining our high numbers or increasing our numbers. So year after year, thousands of SAUSD students are accessing college-level coursework at no cost right here in our own schools. And so just to show you the different courses that are taught, some of our courses are taught by SAC teachers, but many of our courses are actually taught here with our SAUSD teachers. And so that's one of the real unique aspects about our program. It is that the students don't have to leave their campus to get a college experience. Many times they know their professors that are providing the learning. And so it's a very familiar and supportive environment for our students. When a student takes a college course from a teacher, they already know and trust the barrier to entry drops. There's a higher performance in these classrooms. When we look specifically at our English 101, we have 129 completions in that course, and it's followed by our history and business courses. So this internal dual enrollment model is really how we're bridging the gap between our high school system and higher institutes of higher learning. And so just making our students feel like college students while they're in high school. And then last is about the grades that students earn in their dual enrollment. And this is really impressive to see as a success in college courses. that is being measured not only by completion but by mastery. And so as you can see, the blue line indicates the amount of A's that are given. We have the fall semester, the fall, the spring, and the summer semester. The green, followed by the green, which are B grades, the C, which are yellow, the D, which are the orange, which is our D's, and then the red, which indicates our F's. So the grade, when you see this this bar graph, the thing that jumps out at you is that the A grade is our most frequent grade that our students are receiving and earning in a college class. In the spring alone, over 1,200 students earned an A in a college-level course. So even during the fast-paced summer session that goes very quickly because it's a shorter time period, 661 students earned an A. We do have a small size of students that are earning D's and F's across all terms, and so it does alert us to guide students towards tutoring opportunities and also resources that not only we offer here within SAUSD, but also that Santa Ana College offers to our students that are participating in these programs. And so making sure that the students are aware of the tools that are available for them to succeed in these courses. I think this is our penultimate section, and we have one more after our career technical education pathways. And this will be brief because you did receive a presentation last month, but I did want to share with you some completer data that we're looking at and some participation data when it comes to our career technical education programs. So this is a powerful and growing pathway for our career readiness at schools. It is considered one of the indicators in our accountability measure, and so it's something that is a priority for us at teaching and learning and across SAUSD. So in the 24-25 school year, we had close to 5,000 students that participated in CTE courses. And so students participate in two ways. They either participate to complete a pathway course sequence and receive that college and career readiness indicator, or they participate as a singleton or elective course. So many of these students may not have the desire to complete a pathway, but they have the interest in learning about specific skills around a certain industry. So our highest participation pathways are our visual media arts, with 929 students participating last year, followed by our patient care with 849, and lastly with our production and managerial arts with 576. And so our highest completion rates were in our child development with 31.9%, and followed by education with a 38% completion rate. And so when we're looking at subgroup representation, 23.8 of CT participants fall within our English learner categories, and then we also have students that are participating with the SPED category at 13%, and 14% is about the percentage of our seniors who have a SPED classification. So this number meets or matches what our general courses are offering or who's participating. And so on the CCE side, and so what CTE does is that, one, it will just provide experience or knowledge around a certain industry for students, right, when taken as an elective. But for other students, when they choose to take it as a pathway, it could lead to being considered prepared by our California and by our college and career indicator. And so that is something that is a goal for us, is to begin to increase that prepared threshold through CTE. So just working in systemizing our programs so more students are on a pathway to completion rather than taking the course as an elective. And our last college and career readiness indicator is our FAFSA and CATA. And so this paves the financial way for students to actually not only be considered prepared for college, but also finance their ways in college. And so completing the A through G sequences is part of it, right? But then We also want to make sure that our seniors are taking the critical step of completing a financial aid application, which can lead to financial aid assistance, scholarships, grants, work study, so different opportunities to fund their college experience. So starting in 2022-2023 academic school year, high schools and school districts needed to ensure that all 12th grade students completed a financial aid application prior to graduating. So this could either be the FAFSA or the CATA, but students did have the option to submit an opt-out waiver if they chose, right? And so for the 25-26 school year, so for this current year, we have about 72 students that have elected to complete a waiver. And last year, we had about 10% of our senior class with 371 students who completed a FAFSA form. And so these forms are really essential for our community to complete. So it's a difficult process. The number, we were kind of remembering and thinking about why the number 371 was so high last year in comparison to where we are now. And there was a change in the process. The window opened 3 months later. The application had changed. And so we had become so familiar with the past practices that it became cumbersome, not only for our students, but also the adults in the system. So it was a learning process last year for us. So here you see a comparison between 2 school years. And so in the yellow and bright orange, you have the amount of students that have completed. So last year, by the end of July, we had 77% of our students who had completed a financial aid application. So completion is one thing, but submission is another thing, right? When a student submits, it's because they verified the application and it can be processed to initiate or offer a financial aid package. Currently, our current 2006 class has already achieved a 75% completion rate. So we're on track to exceed the completion rate from last year. We're on track. And so for our students, and this means both in our CATA and our FAFSA, many of our students also qualify for Cal Grants based on their GPA. And when you look at the light blue columns or the blue columns, you have 62% of students last year that were awarded a Cal Grant. And this year, we already have 61% of our students that have been awarded a Cal Grant. And usually, depending on where students go to school, that Cal Grant award can be anywhere between $6,000 to about $13,000. So it's a significant amount of money when we're looking at the representation of 61% of students. So really, our continued goal is to ensure that our number reaches every eligible senior to apply for these for this financial aid opportunity. Okay, so with this full picture of where we stand with the different metrics that we looked at, we want to turn to where we are going or where we are working towards. So there are focus areas and developing actions that will really drive our college and career readiness program forward. So but before we get into that, I just wanted to share this information, and this can be a really overwhelming diagram, but I want to focus you on the center. And so when you look at the center of this, it says SAUSD overall 43.1% prepared. And so when we look at this information, we're looking at 2 batches of data. We're looking at the end of the year of 2024, and we're looking at the end of the year of 2025. And so what we're using this data to look at is really to look at an average of the course of 2 years, right? And so an average provides to us some stability in terms of what we can do and what it represents, right? It really smooths out some anomalies that could have existed. Last year we experienced a reduction in force, and so there was a lot of changes in staff to this year, right? But what this also tells us is that it signals a trend. And so in this case, when we're looking at it, we have been holding above 40% when it comes to having our students college and career ready. So when we're looking at this cohort, we can predict that we're going to be above 40%, and because of the the significance between 2024 and 2025, there's a 10% increase within those 2 years. We can probably predict that the number will be higher than last year. And so just comparing 2 years is consistent with what the state of California does in comparing cohorts for college and career readiness indicators. So it just helps us look at the data a little differently. On the outer circles, you'll see again just some comparison data in terms of how students achieve the college and career ready indicator. So A through G and another qualifier is one way of doing it. So I can be A through G eligible and pass an AP test, and that qualifies me as being prepared on the the career and college indicator. I can also complete a CTE pathway and be A through G eligible. That makes me prepared. I can pass 2 AP tests and be college and career prepared. So there's a variety of ways that the students can meet these requirements. The outer circle represents the different groups that we have. We have our English learners, our SCD students, and also our SPED students. And so just looking to see how those students are performing within those different categories of achieving college and career preparedness. And I just want to highlight a few of our schools. So in just using this 2-year comparison, one of the things that the California dashboard does is that it gives us color indicators of how our schools are doing. It'll range from a red being the lowest to a blue being the highest. In between we go red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. And so just to recognize 3 of our schools that have jumped and performed 2 levels higher than to 2024. So we had Saddleback, Century, and Santa Ana High School that went from an orange on the college and career indicator to a green in 2025. So that's a 2-level jump, which is significant in terms of preparing our students for college. And then just a shout out to our schools that have been maintaining high levels, which is Middle College. They've been maintaining a blue level for 2 years, and Segerstrom that has been maintaining a green level for 2 years. So our future state. So this slide captures 4 areas of action that we are developing and moving working towards moving our college and career indicating numbers. For advanced placement, we are conducting AP or have conducted AP master schedule options. So really looking at the AP opportunities that live within existing master schedules and looking to see what courses we can expand. One of the new highlights under college and career indicators is that now students, before in the previous rules with CCI, is that it only gave credit for preparedness if a student passed an AP exam. What CCI is doing now is giving students credit for passing an AP course with a C or better. It doesn't give them college credit, but it does give them credit for participating in a rigorous course. So that's going to help elevate many of our students that maybe counted themselves out, or maybe we didn't profile as an AP student, to really elevating our students to attempt to take these courses, right? Because there's the challenge or maybe the intimidation of an AP test doesn't exist. And who knows, maybe those students that participate in those classrooms will be encouraged to take the test in the end and receive that college credit that they deserve. We also have some AP Summer Institutes that are coming up for our AP teachers to continue that professional learning around this program. Next, for our UC-CSU eligibility, we have been engaged in a 9th grade on track partnership. So 3 of our schools have been participating in this work: Century, Santa Ana High School, and Valley. All of them have seen some successes around this 9th grade on track work. And so when we look at their SBAC scores, which are their scores around ELA and math, all of them experienced growth within this area with the cohort that they started working with 3 years ago. So that partnership has now expanded to include Segerstrom and Saddleback. We also have our early intervention program that we started this year, and this is a high school and intermediate alignment. And so we're working with our alternative ed sites and some of our intermediate sites to start to look at students who might be in a pathway to end up at alternative educations, to start providing some interventions now, right? And so identifying some of those students that might end up at alternative ed. So what can we do in the intermediate level to provide some supports so that when they show up in high school, they're prepared to take the A through G pathway or these pathways that we have established for them. With our career education and workforce innovation, we are expanding and building our work-based learning opportunities. We're really strengthening our instructional practices, and Mr. Long talked about that last time, right? Really building our industry teachers into instructional teachers, right? They were recently provided professional learning around supporting our English learners. And so growing that capacity within our team, and also looking for ways for our core content teachers to also be able to infuse some of their career initiatives within their programs. And for dual enrollment, we are continuing expansion across all schools. We're providing master schedule supports for administrators. So how can this fit in within the master schedule so that students can take dual enrollment classes while they're in high school? And then we wanted to introduce tonight 2 new course offerings. And this is really an exciting addition to support one of our student groups that we've seen maybe performing at lower levels than our general population of students. And so we have been working with Santa Ana College to help us design a course that's specifically designed for our English learners. So in partnership with Santa Ana College, we're going to be breaking down that language barrier to higher education, and by offering courses that not only provide college-level rigor, but also some specialized language supports for our students. So our English learners are not, waiting to be ready for college. We know that they're already ready for college. And so we want them to begin to start earning some college credit. And so we have 2 course offerings, one under Grammar for Better Writing, and the other is College Reading and Writing. And so these are official Santa Ana College courses that will count towards a degree. They will be offered on online with scheduled Zoom meetings, so students from any high school can participate in these courses without any transportation barriers. And we're making them right after high school, so that there's also no scheduling barriers for students. And so this really aligns perfectly with our mission for college and career readiness for all. So we're meeting students where they are, and we're proving that a student's current language proficiency will not define their college potential. And so I wanted to end with this offering that we have, and just to provide you a look of what equity looks like in action in SAUSD for a group of our students. So, in closing, we're proud of the growth that this data reflects, and there's a lot of honesty around this work that remains, right? But every percentage point that we looked at represents a student whose options after high school have increased and have become wider because of what's happened here in Santa Ana Unified. So with that, we welcome your questions, and we thank you for your attention tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarado and Ms. Barkeen. Thank you for the thorough presentation and information. And if my colleagues want to add themselves to the speakers list for questions or comments, please feel free to do so. And I see we have Mr. Bustos.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for the thorough presentation. I want to take us back to slide 11, if you can, the one that talks about our A through G completion. So, I'm just going to start off, and I'm going to be very blunt. A 61-point gap between our highest performing school, or school with the highest completion rate and the lowest completion rate, in my eyes, is unacceptable. That is not okay. What are we doing to ensure that our students have options? And that begins with making sure that our students are A through G eligible, right? I understand that some students might be going down the career pathway, whatever it is. But it's important that we also recognize that, like, this is pretty significant. And so I guess my question is, what is contributing to this significant gap between, 61-point gap between these schools?
So for the school that we're specifically talking about, Valley, so they do set up goals, right? They set up a goal around attendance, and then they have a second goal that is around CSU A through G eligibility. So it's something that the site has already identified as an area of need and improvement. And so they looked at juniors who were missing 1 to 2 classes that needed to meet Cal State University A through G eligibility, right? And their goal was to decrease that number from hitting that mark of A through G eligibility. One thing, so this is a goal that they're currently working on, but something that's leading to some affirmation that the work is leading to some positivity or a positive trajectory is their SBAC data. And so this year, when we looked at their SBAC data, Valley was one of the schools that experienced increases around SBAC. And SBAC for English and math is a qualifier for college and career readiness. And so when we're looking at that data and we're matching it with this goal and something that they've already identified as a staff, we can see that there are already going to be increases around meeting that A through G eligibility.
Okay. So that makes me feel good, and it's good to hear that Valley is setting those goals, but then I'm also curious about the other schools that are performing under that even 50% of their students are not A through G eligible, right? So what are some of the things that those schools are doing, or strategies that those schools are putting in place to make sure that we see an increase in A through G completion rates?
So as I mentioned earlier, with Century and Santa Ana, that are part of that group that you're pointing out, are also part of that 9th grade on track work. And so this work was started 3 years ago. And so the students that participated in that work from the very beginning are now seniors. And so again, using that SBAC data as a measure to determine predictability factors around A through G, like, we feel confident about their experiencing successes and increases around their A through G eligibility because of the preliminary data around SBAC and in math and ELA. And I believe Santa Ana High School was one of the schools that had success in both areas. And so students can meet CCI through achieving high performance levels in both those levels, or in one of those levels, and A through G eligibility.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just to wrap up my section here. So that's helpful for me to hear. And I don't call this out to, call these particular schools out. I call it out because I want to make sure that there are plans in place and that there's strategy in place to make sure, again, at the end of the day, that we're providing options to our students and making sure that we're supporting students and looking at what are the things that are contributing to these low A through G completion rates, right? Is it instruction happening in the classroom? Is it making sure that our counselors have the supports and the tools to be able to guide our students and make sure that they also have a good understanding about what A through G means, right? So that's why I call it out. And so it's good to hear that we have preliminary data that's showing growth through SBAC. That's good to hear. And so now I get my bigger question, and I've seen this in the theme of this presentation, is why are we having this presentation in March and not in the summer months, right? After we have the full picture and the full data. So it's something, and maybe there's a strategy behind that, why we have it in March, but maybe for something for us to consider in the future next year, and having this presentation a little bit later after we have all of the data so we can see a more concise and clear picture. And so that, Yeah, so it's just clear, right? And we aren't comparing like a fall semester to a spring semester, which we know are two very different semesters, especially for seniors, right? So I'll share that for now. I have more questions, but I'll let my other colleagues have the opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. You did it. That was a lot of slides. So my question, it said on one of the slides, and I can't remember, I didn't write it down, but that 47% have not met A through G requirement. Now, A through G requirement isn't, it's not a graduation requirement, right? It's required in order to go to a four-year college. So yet 91% of our kids are graduating. So what is the difference between the graduation requirements and the A through G requirements? Maybe you can just tell me.
Well, our one of our priorities as a district, right, is to make sure that our students are college and career ready, right? And so it's just really providing an option for students. And so understanding that many of them have plans after high school that may include college or not, right? It might just go straight into the workforce. But our desire is to really set up kids so that they have an option to decide, right? That it's not by default that they're going into a certain pathway. Our A through G requirements, when students meet these A through G requirements that are set up by the CSU UC systems and involve 15 year-long high school courses, fall within English, math, science courses, world language courses, arts courses. And so our desire is to just make sure that students meet that requirement at a minimum so that they're able to apply, if they'd like to a CSU UC system, right? It doesn't guarantee a university acceptance, but it does make them eligible to apply and be considered to go into a university. Our high school credits, if they just meet the high school credits, it doesn't give them that option to apply to a four-year university.
Okay. But we still have a pretty high graduation rate, and we do have CTE pathways where those students are getting certified in a specific vocation possibly, where they may not be going to a four-year college. So those are success rates too. What I'm saying is I don't want to make it second citizen-ish, that, you're not doing A through G, because some are getting certified, and that should be celebrated
Absolutely.
as well, right?
Yes.
And I just don't want to make it look like that's not as important.
Yes.
Because fact is, a lot of them are making a heck of a lot more money being a plumber or a, whatever it is, a trades, than they might be with a bachelor's degree working at Starbucks in some of the, things that we have offered right now. But I would like to ask Ms. Gomez, before she leaves, since you are at Middle College, maybe you could just tell us a little bit. Those are some great stats right there. 97% of the students at Middle College are being very successful, meeting those A through G requirements and getting really good grades. 14-year-olds are going to class with adults at Santa Ana College, right?
Ms. Lebsack,
we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I want to be mindful if you want to pose your question generally around what's going on, in the practices, and then if student board members feel like any board member, they want to engage in more of a dialogue or provide a comment, they can choose to. That way we're not calling on people. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Would you like to say anything about Middle College, about the students?
Ms. Lebsack, maybe just pose your question generally, and then as any colleague up here, if we feel we want to add to that conversation, then we can. I think that would just give everybody the agency to chime in when they are.
Sorry, Ms. Gomez, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I just thought give you an opportunity to, shine. Okay, well, question then would be, I'm going to change my question since I can't ask her. Would be, you talked about equity, and we did have one of the teachers talking about equity, and one of the teachers' public comments was he didn't feel that, he felt that like our fundamental schools had a lot less special ed populations than our other regular schools, and so how are we dealing with that type of equity? Because that could be playing into our scores.
It could be. But our schools that maybe have a higher population of special education students or English language learners are still experiencing success. So another way to look at this data really is progress, right? There's one about like reaching a certain target, and then the other way of looking at data is really looking at the progress that schools are making. And so just as I shared the AP data, you know, we looked at one target measure, but we also looked at the progress that schools are making. And so it's just looking at the baseline data for most of these schools.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And just before I begin, just a shout out to Santa Ana High School. You know, they were mentioned a handful of times for their progress, and I know they're working hard over there. So just really shout out my alma mater. So proud of them. But really, I think my focus was also the A through G completion and the attendance. But thank you for my colleagues for having that discussion on that. So I'll just focus on attendance. Slide 7, please.
Sure, and I've asked one of my colleagues to maybe come up if...
It's not that difficult. I just, you know, these numbers, right?
Okay.
We are all trying to see what we can do to decrease the numbers, to make sure students are in their seats, learning, because every day that it's missed, they're missing, you know, whatever the teachers are teaching them in order to get to college. So I know some of the schools that are doing great are Godinez and Middle College that you mentioned, and you had conversations with those principals. Is there anything specific that stood out to you that we're recommending our other high schools to look into so they can also implement that at their school sites?
Well, maybe not with our principals, but we've had the opportunity to really learn about master schedules within our district, outside of our district, and exploring what versions of master schedules could exist within our high schools. And one of the things that Principal Warner mentioned was the flexibility in schedules, right, and creating these hybrid opportunities for students. And so that's something that we do with dual enrollment, right, is creating that hybrid model. And so how and what other opportunities exist within a high school student schedule to create hybrid models, right? And not to restrict ourselves to like a 6 period. I know some of our high schools discuss BAL schedules and master schedules at different levels. As a leadership team with the principals, we've been doing a lot of work around evaluating our master schedules and looking for things, some active and strong practices that currently live within our master schedules that we can share with our other principals. And then thinking about some priorities or ideas that can live around advanced placement or support for English learners or dual enrollment. And so those are conversations that we've had year-long with our high school principals around the design of master schedules. And so I think for me, of course, the culture and the climate of the school is really important, as Principal Church shared. But just keeping in mind about, okay, how can we reimagine these schedules that our students are living in, right? And so Middle College is an example. Students take courses through the SAUSD system, but also take courses the same day at SAC. And so that flexible scheduling could be something that we can further explore for students.
That's great, thank you. Another quick question that I had is, I know that our data, sometimes we can see what schools and what programs correlate with attendance. Do we have that data that maybe we can share in the B2B? Or anything specific that you want to point out, you know, our CTE programs, our drama, our arts, any of our VAPA programs or any of our high schools that stand out, that we see attendance increasing because of the programs that students love at that school site, that, you know, they're more often to come to school because they want to participate in, you know, their IB program or VAPA or sports or anything else that we have.
Yeah, I think that would be great data to look at.
Thank you. And then just one last, no? Okay.
We can circle back. Okay, because we have Ms. Gomez, and I know we have about 20 more minutes with our student board members. Ms. Gomez?
Just a really quick question. This is regarding grade percentages on slide 10. So I heard you guys were implementing like a plan to help people that were like not doing great in ethnic studies. I just want to ask, are you planning to do anything else for the other classes like science, math, and English where percentages were pretty much increasing?
So most of our school counseling programs, so shout out to our counselors, they do develop systems of tiered support. So they'll have their tier 3 or their tier 1 support that is basically provided to all students. Then they'll have some targeted interventions that will be some students. And then there's some tier 3 that will be fewer students, right? And so within that area, there's some within just our targeted interventions under tier 2, and I'll have to wear my glasses. So those, there's a high number of academic small group supports that students receive. There's also college small groups. There's check-ins and check-outs for students and some mentoring that happens. And within these tier 2, it happens on multiple occasions for students, right? And so for those students that we are still seeing maybe struggling within the college and career readiness indicators, some intensive support that's provided that differs from the tier 2. That could be some academic improvement plans. So I know many of our counselors are already looking or have already been looking to identify students that may be credit deficient or not passing their classes to develop plans. And so our counselors, carry a large responsibility of this, but within the schools that I mentioned earlier that are doing the 9th grade track, something that we do regularly is look at DNF rates within these different courses to make sure that the schools individually are addressing the needs that the students are experiencing.
Okay, just to like quickly close off, with the tier systems and the plans, are they like individualized or are they generalized?
So there are generalized plans for students, right? So all students get on a 4-year plan, but then for these students that are experiencing D and F grades, there's a more structured support for those students.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a few questions as we're going and cycling through a few rounds of questions. So to the last point by my colleague, Ms. Gomez, so I'm trying to find the slide where 32. The 9th grade on track partnership and expansion. Is that the same program where we're supporting our 9th graders to make sure that they are, like we're identifying early interventions and supports if they are getting onto that DNF list?
Yes, and we've actually just in learning through that partnership have brought it or bringing it down to the intermediate level. And so we have a cohort of intermediate principals that have been working with this team to begin to identify students that can potentially struggle in high school. And so one of the moments of in looking at the data is that our intermediate principals found that there really needs to be a level of support around 7th graders. And so that for some, there was a shift in where they generally put their support. Many of them, or one particular principal realized, like, I've been investing in my 8th grade group, getting them ready for high school, when now I realize I maybe need to shift back my support down to the 7th grade level. So taking this model with 9th grade on track and developing a similar model with our intermediate schools.
Okay, thank you. And then, so I kind of see it as like two things. So, of course, maybe you can speak a little bit to, so this is more of a preventative model and approach that we are beginning since maybe just the last year or so. And so with the hope of moving forward, right, we're going to see less students struggling on the DNF list. How, and maybe you kind of answered this in the last round, but how are the counselors approaching or supporting the students who are in these last years of high school, who are struggling? Like, what are those interventions? What would that look like? when it's already kind of, right, like they're edging, maybe say seniors, right, and they're still on the DNF list. And I'm just thinking of that 13% of seniors who are at risk of not graduating.
So many of our schools offer credit recovery programs either through 0 or 7th period. So there's identification of students that are high priority students that need to recover these courses and will recover these courses through 0 period. I've seen also in master schedule that students are actually repeating courses within the school day when space is available. And then now making well, for our juniors, right, and some of our seniors, identifying them to receive support over the summer. And so really prioritizing, reducing that number. We do have 13% of students that are not progressing, and one of the things that we can attribute that or are at risk of not graduating, we can attribute that to is just our action plan around ethnic studies in terms of there were some systems that were not in place before that maybe resulted in students not passing that course, and so setting up summer school opportunities for students, also a credit recovery online program that didn't exist before using our current curriculum. And so those are ways that we are reacting to students that are not on track to graduate.
Can you, I know my time's up, but that's a really important point, and it ties into the conversation that we may have we will have later, right, around our ethnic studies courses and a request for the board to create a waiver for these students that you just mentioned. And so can you clarify, because I want to clarify that it's not ethnic studies itself that students are having a hard time passing. It's because we had this conversation, so it's the core content area of ELA or maybe the social science course that is an ethnic studies course, right? There's that overlap. And so can you just provide some clarification so the community isn't thinking that it's ethnic studies that is the issue here? Yeah.
Okay. So we have been very creative in the way we offer ethnic studies. And so in most districts, it's offered as an ethnic studies standalone course, an elective course. Here in Santa Ana Unified, we offer it as a standalone ethnic studies course. We also offer it through our dual enrollment program. But one of the real creative ways that the team thought about offering ethnic studies was through the integration of English ethnic studies, and social science ethnic studies. And so the idea behind that was to allow students to be able to qualify for both their English requirement and their ethnic studies requirement. But an unintended consequence is that if a student failed one of those semesters, or both of, I'll just say one of those semesters, and for some reason or another they weren't able to recover that semester that they failed in ELA ethnic studies, now it required them to make up ethnic studies within another way. So they were short. They could have made up that ELA through another ELA course because it was an easier offering. But if that offering didn't exist, then it required them to recover the ethnic studies 10 credits in another way. We didn't offer ethnic studies in the summer. We didn't offer it through online. So the only opportunity that students had to recover it was through the master schedule that existed within their school. And so it complicated it when a student failed within an integrated coursework.
Thank you. Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the topic of our attendance. So from my understanding, our expanded learning programs have really helped us bring down our chronic absenteeism. And so I'm curious to hear if there has been any real thought or strategy around the role that expanded learning can play in addressing some of these attendance percentages, from anywhere from our chronic to moderate. And the reason that I ask that is that I think although we're seeing decreases here, I can assume that the 2026 bar doesn't represent the entire, or I'm assuming that the 2025 bar represents the entire academic year all the way to May 2025, whereas the 2026 bar just represents till now. And senioritis gets very real. And I think that's where we really start seeing that drop, right? And so while this looks good right now, I can assume that those bars on the right, the orange, are going to be a lot higher. So I'm just curious about what strategies or how expanded learning can play a role in addressing chronic absenteeism here.
Okay, and I'm going to invite my colleague, Lupita Cruz, to respond to that question.
And while we do that, I do want to address and point out we will be bringing back the full complete year data in our governance calendar. It was our intention to provide what I actually called like a health check to see where we were at this point, knowing that we still had some time in the year. And it wasn't too late for us to do some remediation in these kind of extreme cases. So I just want the community and for everybody to know that we most definitely will be bringing back what the whole entire year looks like. So we are comparing apples to apples.
Thank you.
I appreciate the question. So a lot of our expanded learning programs that are located at the high schools actively recruit and work with counselors for students who are not attending actual school during the school day. So they've been looking at how can they recruit them through certain programs that we currently have in terms of academic, tutoring, but also enrichment in general. But another partnership we're working with is support services. We're doing attendance recovery during the week. So if any schools are wanting to do that during the week, we intentionally utilize the school day time and school days to recruit them and keep them after school if the particular school selects to do it during the school day or during the school week, so that we can support them with recovering attendance as well. So we've been actively looking at how we're aligning that to support the efforts around students that have chronic absenteeism and high rates of absences.
Great. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
of course.
That's really, really great to hear. And
Of course.
And I figured that there was some kind of
There is,
strategy, and just knowing the leadership of your department and you all being very, very intentional about how you address some of these things. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Of course.
And then this is my last question, and then I'm done for this item. I want to talk about advanced placement, AP. So I think it starts page 17, slide 17. And I think that you mentioned something along the lines of, by expanding AP, by the district expanding AP access, we should be seeing these results, right? And clearly we're seeing results. And I know that on page 19, you showed the courses with the highest pass rates, but I'm also interested in learning about those courses that we offer that have the lowest pass rates and what we're doing to assess the course offerings, the AP course offerings, and whether or not we believe it really is, just assess what's going on there, right? And get to the root cause of why historically we continue to see specific courses performing or students performing or not passing AP exams at lower rates than others. So I'm curious to hear more about that.
Okay, I think for me to be able to provide specific passage rates, I would like to provide that information to you in a B2B.
Of course, yeah.
But what I can say is that we conducted an AP audit with our principals over master schedules, and so we did see offerings that didn't have high passage rates, and not for 1 year or 2 years, for multiple years. And so it was bringing that attention to the leadership team to say, okay, what can we do to improve this outcome, right? Is it providing professional learning? Is it, maybe offering the test but not offering the course and offering a dual enrollment course instead, right? So it is a discussion and information that was provided to the principals in terms of starting to have those conversations at their school sites with their teams about the outcomes that some of these AP sections were experiencing, because some of them were really high, but there was others that were that did not have the outcomes that we were expecting.
And then there were some that had very few students actually enrolled, right, in the course, and
Yes.
right.
And then that's the great thing about the change in the CCI indicator that I think we as a secondary team really appreciate, because now I think before students were maybe hesitant to take this course. So there was this expectation that if I take this course, I have to take this exam and pass it with a 3 or better, or I'm not considered, it's considered a failure because I'm not getting. But now that if students pass it with the C or better, not only do they get that weighted grade, but they also get the indication that they're prepared for college and career readiness. And if they'd like to, they can take the exam. The other thing is that we can offer the exam to students without actually taking the course and provide support along the school year. So there are different ways that we can approach this in terms of remedying, low class sizes and then maybe unsuccessful passage rates.
And then just finally, so where are we in the process of this audit that was conducted? And I know you said you've already started having conversation with site level leadership on specific AP courses, and maybe identifying supports or just taking the necessary steps to address that.
Mm-hmm.
So where are we on that, like in that audit process? Like when are we going to see changes actually happening?
Well, we expect to see these changes in the master schedules, right? And so schools have been allotted their FTEs. There's some tough decisions that they'll have to make. This information was presented to principals in terms of longitudinal data around AP in all their offerings, class sizes. And so really it was taking that information down to the school level to begin to have those conversations at their school sites so that they can begin to have conversations and make decisions about what are our offerings for next year, right? So as a district team, the guidance was, here's the data, right? These are some look-fors and some items that can help you make decisions, but ultimately the decision will lie within this at the school site, right? So we'll take a look at the master schedule and perhaps make some we'll have conversations with principals around the master schedule and make some suggestions around what we should be offering for next year, right?
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And I have a few questions myself, but I wanted to note that it's 8:57. So for our student board members, as you need to exit, please feel free to do that. And so I wanted to kind of circle back to my question around, what we're doing for our students around the prevention work and then credit recovery. So I just wanted to highlight as a board member, right? I've been hearing about that work, specifically the on-track work, and I'm really, really thrilled to hear that we're now bringing it to even to 7th grade. And just to echo how important that work is, I work in alt ed when I'm not serving as a board member, and I work with students from throughout our county. And when I get to connect with our students and hear their stories, a lot of times what I hear is that their journey of kind of feeling like they were falling behind, or that they weren't sure if they could be good at school, started maybe around that time, right? Like middle school, early high school. And so this is critical, and I think it's going to be game-changing for us. I'm really excited to see us help our students not get to the point where they would even need alt ed, right? And so thank you. And then I did want to just mention, I did see, two things. So college and readiness for all, and our goal of increasing access to robust offerings for English learners who haven't reclassified. So those were my notes for page 33. I know that this is a conversation the superintendent and I have often, as well, I'm sure my colleagues, a dedication to making sure that our English learners have equity and, greater offerings in classes and coursework that they can take. So when I saw this, that was my understanding that this is part of that effort. Okay, so
No, exactly. It's part of the effort to make sure that our most vulnerable groups are seeing themselves in college, right? We looked at the A through G eligibility rates for this particular subgroup. Dr. Woke had previously shared some information about matriculation into institutions of higher learning when students leave our system with an EL classification, and it was quite alarming. And so really our intent is to build a pathway for our ELs into the Institute of Higher Learning while they're in high school, and so that where we can provide those supports and find out about college and what they need without having to do that on their own, and we can be the advocates for them. And so that is the intention behind this course, is to begin that pathway into college for our English learners.
I love that. I love the intentionality of making sure that we have those robust offerings, that we're not just overlooking our English learners, right, and their abilities to take college courses. And so I love that we're giving them the opportunity to also see themselves in that way if maybe that wasn't offered previously. So thank you. And then lastly, I want to share with my colleagues in the community, if we can go to page 29, I did flag. So when we talk about the CATA or our undocumented students who would apply for the CATA, what I would like to see, and been connecting with the superintendent around this, I'm thinking about our immigrant support plan, right? Because I want to clarify that there's still a lot of confusion often around between DACA students and undocumented students, right? And there's overlap, but in the community often, right, we hear about, or in our schools, we hear about DACA. And DACA, the program itself is not open to initial applicants, so there aren't many high school students these days who have DACA or have had the opportunity to ever apply for DACA. And so I want to make sure that in our immigrant support plan, we're looking at, and maybe in the B2B we can get some information, what does our targeted outreach to our undocumented students look like to ensure that there is awareness and we're ensuring access to the CATA. Because when I worked for an immigrant rights organization for 10 years, I would do these workshops, and discuss what is the difference between DACA and the CATA. And families and students and educators often, would intermix them, and there was often more awareness around DACA in our community than the fact that undocumented students have access to financial aid through the California DREAM Act. And so I would meet a lot of students and families who didn't apply for the California DREAM Act for the lack of not knowing it existed. And I know our counselors and our teams do a lot of great work and have the values to do that work. But it would be great, I think, stepping into this role of value that I have, and I would love to see is, I would like to know how institutionally we ensure that the equity and the access is there. And then we can look at how we can increase that and make that part of our immigrant support plan.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, and I don't see any of my colleagues on the speakers list. So thank you for the great presentation and robust conversation.
Thanks.
Okay, so we will now go to our regular agenda action items. And Dr. Perez, I see you're on the speakers list.
Yes, President Brazier Aceves, I would request that we pull 13.9 from the board's consideration for tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Okay, Ms. Quiros, you may begin. Thank you.
13.1, approval of memorandum of understanding with Santa Ana Educators Association regarding school performance and outcomes coach positions.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing, hearing none, we can prepare to vote. Okay, with a 4 yes vote with Dr. Alvarez has stepped out, so 4 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
13.2, approval of memorandum of understanding with Santa Ana Educators Association regarding literacy coach positions.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Ms. Magdaleno?
Just a quick question. I think last time we discussed this item, or just the coaches in general, you said we were getting 30. Is that still the number?
So what, excuse me, what we committed to is that we would have one coach per school, elementary school. That still remains. The literacy coach positions and the funding that came, we had 6 that were already funded, and then an additional 21, which would bring us to 27. And so our commitment still remains the same, that we will ensure that there is support for all TK5 and TK through 8 to ensure equity of resources for all our schools.
So if this item passes tonight, how soon will they be in the classrooms?
I will ask Ms. Flores to,
tomorrow?
I know that they will be in place for next year, but I'm sure she can share more detail around timeline.
That is correct. They'll be in place starting the beginning of the year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. 13.3.
Approval of memorandum of understanding with Santa Ana Educators Association regarding certificated learning and achievement specialist positions.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
Okay, any conversation? Okay, let's proceed to vote. Ms. Magdaleno? Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
Approval of memorandum of understanding with Santa Ana Educators Association regarding California State Teachers Retirement System work year and salary schedule alignment.
Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? Mr. Bustos?
Thank you. Can I just have someone come up here and just briefly explain what this MOU will accomplish? I had been receiving some emails and just communications from, particularly from high school counselors who are at the 202 workday, concerned that there were changes that were going to be made as a result to their workday as a result of this MOU being signed tonight. Can you please clarify if that is the case?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, there is no change to their duty work year or their salary. So they will still be working at 202 days and being paid for the 202 days. The difference is how it's being reported to STRS. And I've talked a little bit about it, but the counselor position, their counselors and reporting to counselors are considered as one class. We have one job description. And because of that, all the counselors have to be on the same salary schedule. So the counselors in the 202 will now be with this MOU, will be placed at the 192 salary schedule.
Okay, and then can you please explain what future conversations still need to happen related to this
Sure.
issue?
Per this MOU, there are the counselors, there's the nurses, there's some early start teachers, and then the reach teachers that don't fall into actually just changing and updating and correcting everything. So because they are Like the teachers are a class of one, and they fall outside of it with working at reach because they work 225. So those items have to be negotiated. All those areas there have to be negotiated. So we have to be at the table and negotiate. And part of the concern with the counselors is the only way to fix this is to have two different job descriptions. And by doing so, it changes the whole job description for elementary and intermediate. And I think that's the piece right now that has to be determined whether or not we will negotiate. Because changing the job description affects 65 of our counselors. We right now currently have 202, our 202 counselors, about 35. So that is a determination that's going to have to come from SAEA. And as the last I heard, the discussion was they did not want to have two different salary schedules, but that may, I'm sorry, it's two different job descriptions, but that may have changed in the last 2 weeks. So I'm still waiting to hear. If that happens, then we would come back to the table and we will look at it, because we can't just take an essential duty and say it looks like this at one school and this at another. That's not going to fly with, pass with CalSTRS. They have to be completely separate. So now we are changing completely what our expectations will be for elementary and middle school. And I'm not sure if that will suffice for the district, if that's going to meet the needs. But until we get to those discussions, we won't know.
And what would happen, or what would it mean for the district if we didn't make those changes?
If we didn't make the changes and we had one job description, it would just continue to be reported as it is. So for the 202 counselors, they will be on the 192 salary schedule, which means their base salary or the credible STRS would be based on 192 days. And then that extra 10 days, they're still credited to STRS, but it goes into a supplemental account.
And what if we didn't approve the MOU tonight? That would move them from the 202 to the 192.
If we didn't do it, so we're this group of people that we're trying to fix and align with STRS is about 250 people. So right now, the 200 people that we can align by creating these new job descriptions and the salary schedules, it fixes it for 200 people. So we have about 40 to 50 people in that group that we need to come back now and negotiate. So if we did not approve this today, then those 200 people would be stuck at the 187, and we wouldn't be able to move forward with them.
Okay. And then can you just clarify the district's position on the two separate job descriptions? Is that something that the district has proposed?
We've talked about it in negotiations. We haven't dug down to see what that would look like yet, because we're not at the negotiation table for that. So if we move to negotiations and it is determined that it's the desire of the union to look at or to create two different job descriptions, we would come back and we would meet with our team here, which would be teaching and learning and our principals, and really try to understand what we can do differently. And then we would determine whether or not that meets the needs of the district.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for asking those questions, Mr. Bustos. I wanted to share as well for the community, because I know I've received some emails and outreach from counselors and other SAA members. And so I appreciate the opportunity to clarify, and thank you, Ms. Flores, for the information. I know we've had many long conversations, STRS, and STRS can be complex. And I know you've walked me through it, and I've met with SAEA leadership regarding this as well. And then per their request, we've also met Ms. Flores with HR, or superintendent, president, vice president of the board, and SAEA leadership per their request. And so, I want to share that out publicly for the community. I know that I did receive recently after that meeting a few more emails, and I held off answering because I was waiting. I know there was a joint communication that was coming out between SAEA and the district. And so I know that has gone out now to those who are impacted. And so, just for transparency, I want to share that. And so I and I also understand that this is now in negotiations. I have responded to a few folks, right, and I had let them know that since the time that we met, now this has been identified as a negotiations topic. And so as a board member, I need to respect the process. I, as a union organizer myself, I have a lot of respect for the negotiation process. So we have to legally, respect that. So if folks have more questions, I know that Ms. Flores, you've offered that they could either reach out to SAA or to HR if they have personal retirement questions.
Yes, so I've received a lot of emails also, and so I've been responding to every single one of them. I've also been responding on behalf of the superintendent when she's gotten emails that are also with the board. So I'm responding on behalf of everybody and just really kind of outlining where we're at and what we're doing. So there is some emails that are coming through that are maybe a miscommunication or a misunderstanding, so I'm addressing those also. But with everything, and also I met with the counselors and the union, and I stated we can meet as many times as needed to kind of walk through and process and look at different avenues. So we've provided that, and it's still open. And I think that because I've gotten a lot of outreach and maybe a representation of somebody on behalf of the counselors have reached out. So I'm just responding to those, but I believe they know and the union knows that we're available at any time. And the union has reached out to me twice now to say, can you join in this meeting to help explain that? So we've gone together. And so we'll just continue to do that until we can really get to these pieces of it and help people to process it and to understand it. It is a lot. It's a lot of rules and a lot of trying to understand. And it took a long time for everything to kind of fall into place, even for us. So I feel like we're almost experts at this point to be able to share that with them. But it's going to take a while for people to be able to process through it.
Thank you. And it is a lot. I know there are times like folks from SAA have asked me something, and then I've come to you with that, and you've shared, we already went through legal with this ourselves. If we could have done that, that's what we would have done. And so I'm glad that you highlighted that also for the community. I just want folks to know, like, the due diligence, right, that there's transparency around all of these conversations that folks are having. And I know what I've heard expressed, if there was, that the intention is to make sure members are protected, really,
Correct.
is what I've gathered from all of our conversations.
Correct. And we are trying to be, we are as transparent as possible, and that's what we keep on coming forward to. But you're absolutely correct, because if this wasn't fixed now and somebody did retire and then STRS did that audit, they would go back to somebody who retired who thinks they're retiring at a certain amount. And not only could they change that, but they can go back and charge them for any money that was overpaid due to a mistake, even though it was a reporting mistake on behalf of the district. In this case, it wouldn't make a difference on what it was. It's still an error, and that money would be owed back to STRS.
Thank you. Okay, we can prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
Approval of new Santa Ana Educators Association Annual Certificated Salary Schedules A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, and A6.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak it out because, people are reading the newspapers, and across California, there are a lot of school districts where teachers are going on strike, especially LAUSD. And so, of course, I have parents asking me, well, how much do they make? How much do counselors make? And I know they can just look it up, but I just want to speak it out there during a board meeting because a lot of people really don't know. Or they might be basing it on things from when they were, in school. But a 10-year teacher with a MA does make $108,000 a year. That's for 187 days work. And according to the SAE contracts, that's a 6-hour day, even though we know most teachers work more than 6 hours. But I just want to make that clear because that's what's in the contract. Okay, and if I'm misspeaking, please correct me, okay? For counselors, for a counselor, 10 years of experience with an MA, they make $117,000 a year. That's 202 days of work and 7.5-hour workday for contracts. Now, my question is, because it's a little murky, but we do have benefits and we do have a retirement package. And I know that can differ based on people, what they choose for their benefits, but can you kind of give a range? Because that's kind of part of the package of an employee.
Sure. So benefit package, which would include like our statutory benefits, it could be STRS, anything taxes that we're doing, is, I'm sorry, Ron. About 23% on top of their salary. So STRS alone is 19%. 19.1% that the district pays into the STRS, into the retirement.
Okay, and then the health benefits?
The health benefits on what we're paying in, for the individual, it really is dependent on which plan they're choosing and how many dependents they have. So that would be at a higher cost. But altogether, including all the benefits, STRS, and any other statutory benefits, is what Ron just said, I think 23%, you said? 23%. So if you take 23% for certificated and add that to the salary, that gives you your whole package of benefits and salary. And for classified, it's closer to about 30%.
So can you just give me a monetary, my mental math isn't great.
So how much was the
give me a monetary for 108,000 between the health benefits and,
so that would
ask
be
Ron.
That would be another $23,000 on top of it, between 23 and 25,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's important for people to understand and know.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, let's prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
Approval of California School Employees Association, Chapter 41, classified titles and grade schedules.
Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, let's prepare to vote. The 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
Approval of new job description, school performance and outcomes coach.
Okay, can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
I'll go ahead and second. Any discussion? I did want to highlight this, this item. And I just wanted to double check that I'm, okay, yes, I wanted to highlight this item. I'm really excited about this position. In connecting with the superintendent regarding this position, as we went through all of the positions on the agenda to prepare for the meeting, the way that I understand this position is it's about improvement science and making sure that our approaches are based in science and kind of to our conversation earlier around, prevention and making sure that our students have the support they need, and just continuing that work to wrap our schools around and our students with support, and just really leveraging our expertise in our district and just continuing to grow that and making sure that our sites are also growing that long-term capacity through the support of these coaches. So I'm really excited for this position. And with that, I think we're ready to vote. We're missing one. Yeah. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
Approval of new job description, English language development specialist.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, just based on your last comment, Ms. Brazier-Seves, I just wanted to ask, my assumption is that this is a job description. It's not that we are approving a new job, it's a job description, right?
It depends on the item. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, yes. But for the two that were just referenced, these are not job descriptions that we're now gonna bring new folks in to fill. These two actually came from a lack of having, well, the first one is an updated, a job description. And the second one is to make sure that we have accurate job descriptions in line with our, do you want to come up?
She's
I
doing
see her
fine.
standing there.
She's doing fine.
She's afraid I'm going to say something wrong.
No. So the ELD specialist, we did not have a job description, and so through our STRS audit and process, we're now bringing any job that we've had in the past that doesn't have an actual job description. It might have had a duty list. We need a job description. So in this case, this position, people have been in place for years in these positions. So now we just are aligning it. The one prior, it was the dashboard coach. That one also did not have an actual job description. It just went into the coaches in general, which was an MOU. So now we've created it was a dashboard, and now we have a new name because we've expanded what we are going to ask them to do.
Yeah, so my assumption was we're not voting for a new job. We're not voting for somebody new to be coming in. We're voting for a job description of somebody that's already there.
Correct. These positions are already filled.
Okay, that's, because your comment made, I got confused. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, I can see that. I had a conversation with our superintendent about this work and the role, and so, our dashboard coaches have been so successful. Our schools, and correct, is all of our schools are off the dashboard?
Yeah, we
or-
no longer have schools that are in that status.
Okay. Yes, and so the work that they've done has been incredible, and so we'll be scaling the models that they've used, that we've seen have worked, and they'll also be supporting our English learners in 8th grade math. And so I'm just excited to kind of see how it's evolving. Okay. Okay, we can prepare to vote. With a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
Adoption of resolution number 2526-3725, ethnic studies requirement.
Okay, may I get a motion and a second?
A motion to approve for purposes of discussion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. Mr. Bustos?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to begin by thanking the speakers that came out to speak tonight and gave public comment, as well as the speakers that reached out to me directly and had conversations ahead of the meeting. I want to begin, I want to start by being very clear about my values and my intent here. I believe deeply in ethnic studies. I believe that it's essential that our students understand themselves, their communities, and the world around them. And I believe that this shouldn't be an optional experience. I believe that it's very much a core part of an honest and rigorous education. And that's why I've continued to support and will continue to support our district's local 10-credit ethnic studies graduation requirement. That's something that I'm standing by, something that I will continue to stand by. And so I want to be very explicit to the community. And I will not support any effort to reduce our local requirement down to 5 credits. We made a commitment to our students, to our community to go further, and we need to stand by that commitment. I want to remind the community that this was driven by community. This was not an effort that was driven by the board at the time. And so I want to remind us and ground us in that purpose. But at the same time, we are facing the reality that the first graduating class that is required to meet this standard is here, and that we have students who, for a variety of different reasons, may not be able to fulfill the requirement which may mean they might not be able to graduate. And so, I want to be clear that I don't believe that a waiver can become the solution to our implementation challenges. I think that if students aren't meeting the requirement, then we should be asking, the questions that we should be asking is not how we waive that requirement, but why the system failed to ensure that they had access to it in the first place. And so we need to ask ourselves, did we offer enough sections? Did we train enough teachers? Did we prioritize this in our master scheduling? Did we ensure that counselors were planning with students early enough? And so, I want to start with that and really ground my comments and questions tonight on that philosophy or that position that I am supportive of our local requirement of 10 credits.
Thank you. Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, I oppose this resolution for several reasons. First, the state has not funded AB 101. This law only requires implementation if funding is provided, and that funding has not been allocated. And because of this, districts like San Diego Union High School District and Poway Unified School District have made ethnic studies optional. So the question is, why would we impose a mandate locally and at what cost to our taxpayers, especially when professional development and curriculum changes will require significant funding? Second, ethnic studies in California has been controversial from the beginning. This resolution calls for anti-racism social change, quote unquote, which is not a neutral educational goal. It is an ideological position. Yet the intent of AB 2016 was to promote understanding, respect, and appreciation among diverse groups. That's very different from promoting a specific political framework. We need to ask, are we educating students to think critically and participate in a diverse society, or are we directing them toward a particular ideology? Third, the concept of anti-racism itself is highly debated. Ibram X. Kendi, and the leading voice in this movement, has argued that present discrimination may be necessary to address past discrimination. There's a problem with that. That raises concerns. Are we prepared to endorse policies that treat students differently based on race? As John Roberts stated, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. And that principle reflects a commitment to equality under the law. Finally, we must consider legal risk. In 2023, Santa Ana Unified faced a lawsuit from American Jewish Committee and the Louis D. Brandeis Center for Human Rights under the law over concerns about anti-Semitism and procedural violations. I'm going to ask for a little more time because you guys got it.
If you could just kind of wrap up your last sentence or two.
You guys got 4 minutes on sometimes,
If you need
but
to
when
come
it comes
back,
to
we
me,
can
I
come-
get 2 minutes at the bell.
Or if you can wrap up your
I'm
statement.
just wrapping it up.
Okay.
Okay, the district ultimately settled on that lawsuit. Given that history, why would we move toward mandating a course that remains deeply contested and could expose us to further legal challenges? Until these issues, such as funding, educational purpose, ideological neutrality, and legal risk are fully addressed, I cannot support this resolution.
Okay, Ms. Magdaleno?
Yes, thank you. And I just want to make it very clear again, like Mr. Bustos, we're fully committed here at SAUSD to our ethnic studies programs. I fully support that we keep the credits, the 10 credits requirement that we have here locally. And I'm not going to change my mind. I've said this to our superintendent, to our staff who do the work with ethnic studies, and we're committed to this and expanding the program to make it a robust program here at SAUSD. But I also want to make a couple comments, right? A couple months ago, Vice President Bustos and I met with a couple ethnic studies teachers to hear their concerns, right? After everything that happened with litigation, what was the number one thing that you need support in? What was the number one thing that you need us as board to help you so we can expand the ethnic studies program? And the number one thing that we decided to focus on was training, right? Professional development is what our teachers were requesting, our educators were requesting. And in February, we approved a consultant or an MOU, just for correction, with the UCI History Project, right? And for that, it's for professional development for ethnic studies teachers and educators. So, you know, we want to be at the forefront of expanding our ethnic studies program, and we're working, and I'm going to be committed to it. I just want to let everybody know that we're not trying to undermine the program that we currently have in place. For me, this is about helping our students who sometimes have difficulty meeting the ethnic studies requirements. And, you know, I represent Lauren Grisette, which is our continuation school, right? I talk to our educators there, I talk to our students there, and sometimes when they receive students that come from, you know, Valley, Santa Ana, Segerstrom, whatever high school, whatever comprehensive high school they may be coming from, because they're having issues at home or they just need to catch up on credits, it messes up with their schedule because Lauren Grisette, unfortunately, doesn't have expansive courses like any of our other comprehensive high schools. So this is what this really is. It's a waiver to help those students who are in continuing education, you know, be able to graduate, right? We are providing some sort of relief for students who might have taken one course of U.S. history and then ended up at Lauren Grisette, and they don't have the second semester of that specific U.S. history. You know, if the student doesn't have consecutive ethnic studies courses, this waiver is to help them meet that requirement because they do have the credits, they're just not consecutive courses. And I just want to let you know, our community know that we're not here to dismantle what we've been working so hard, what the community has been working so hard. I didn't take ethnic studies in high school, which is, you know, I wish I would have, right? But I think we just want to make it very clear that this is to support our students. This is to help our students. And, you know, sorry, I had one more comment.
Ms. Magdaleno, can we come back to you? Is it okay?
But yeah, that's just my comments, you know. And if anybody has any other questions, I know I spoke with a couple of educators and they had concerns, but yeah, we can come back to me. Thank you.
Yeah, I know this is a really important item, and so, you know, if we need to do another round, of course, let's do it. So I did want to share, and then I know Mr. Bustos is on the speakers list too. So I wanted to share with our community and also make it very, very clear my support, what I understand to be the support of this board for supporting our ethnic studies programs. Long before I became a board member, I came out and spoke at our board meetings in support of making ethnic studies a requirement in Santa Ana Unified, along with colleagues and community members. And so when I saw that this was coming forward, I know last year I spoke with the superintendent about, you know, checking in, how are we doing with our ethnic studies requirement? We're getting ready to graduate the first class that, you know, is going to experience this as a requirement. Where are we? And so, you know, and she had flagged that we may need to consider some kind of waiver for specific students, right? And so when this recommendation came forward, I did meet with our teaching and learning, with a cabinet member, with Ms. Barquin, with Dr. Alvarado, to address my concerns. And, you know, we've really, our district has really, I strongly believe we've really stuck with the heart of the mission of the 10 credit requirement, and doing this with fidelity. We are, as my colleague mentioned, this waiver is intended for very limited circumstances, and I want to make that very clear. And I'm hearing it, you know, from I think a majority of the board. This waiver is for limited circumstances, and within the resolution, it's spelled out. And I'm grateful to the team for really honing in on what exactly, where were the gaps, right? Where were the gaps, and why weren't our students able to get there this year? And what we found was it was primarily the students who are in credit recovery, who may need to prioritize other core foundational subjects that otherwise they wouldn't meet graduation eligibility, right? Whereas this is something that we have the flexibility on, and while it is core to their learning, they're at the point where they're seeking that flexibility, because otherwise then we would push them into the summer. And we also are, very dedicated to making sure that our students are not at risk of not graduating, or that we lose them before they're able to finish those 5 credits, just being that shy of getting their high school diploma. The other group is students who are exercising the option for the state minimum graduation requirement, or the 170 credit alternative education graduation pathway. And I did want to ask the team if they could speak to who are those specific students, because it's a very specific student group, but I want to be mindful of our round, so I will put myself back on the speaker list. But if the team can start to think about that, I would, because I think this is key. We're not talking about a waiver, just a general waiver. We're talking about 2 specific groups for the most part, who would otherwise, because this is our first graduating class, we have now identified where those gaps are, and we're looking at ways actively to address them, and the team could speak to that too. But this is so that we don't make a situation where, students wouldn't be able to graduate. And so that's what we're trying to do here, but in no way send a message that we are providing waivers in general, right? Or limiting our 10 credit requirement. So I'll get back on the speakers list. We do have Dr. Alvarez, who hasn't spoken yet, so we'll go to you, and then Mr. Bustos.
I just wanted to mention that I'm supportive of this item. I remember when we first started having conversations regarding ethnic studies, what we wanted to look like, why we were determined to implement ethnic studies. And not only that, but we also had conversations that we wanted it to last. We didn't just want it to be a program that's here and disappears. We wanted continuity in the program. I would support this item. I do. One of the things that was mentioned, or that's included in this resolution, is that we're looking to help 2 particular types of students in credit recovery, and then my colleagues have already talked about the other school board members, the other student members. But I just wanted to mention that I am in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bustos.
Thank you. I'd actually would like to invite the team to come up and speak to that academic scheduling piece on line 55, because the way that folks were reading this was that it would be that just any student could come forward and request the waiver, because they saw that there was this state level graduation requirement of 5 credits. But we've also kind of learned that actually there really is no requirement, right, imposed by the state because there was actually no funding attached to that. At least that's what I've learned today.
That's correct.
And so could you all please speak to who are the other student groups that actually would be able to request this waiver because of this state minimum graduation requirement?
Okay, so we have several groups that would be eligible to request a waiver. And so under certain California Assembly bills, there are options for students to exercise the right to graduate with the state minimum requirements of graduation. And so those groups of students include newcomers, McKinney-Vento students, so our homeless population, also our foster youth. And within our own board policy, we have a graduation requirement for some of our alternative education students who choose to opt into the 170 credit option. And so really it would be for those students that might have some academic scheduling issues because they're opting into one of these other graduation requirements, right? Either the 130 or the 170.
Thank you for explaining that and providing that clarity and showing that this particular section here isn't just a blanket statement that any student can come forward and request that waiver because of a particular minimum graduation requirement. It's specifically for those subgroups, McKinney-Vento students, newcomer students, and as well as our students enrolled in our alternative education graduation pathway. So I hope that provides some clarity to the public. And I will say that I believe that I think that the folks that shared concern about this resolution, I understand it. I understand the concern that they shared. And they really want to make sure that our ethnic studies requirement is not being undermined. They're making sure that we are not watering down anything that this board committed to as a result of community input and community advocacy. And so I support that 100%. I understand it. But at the same time, this resolution is going to ensure that our students can graduate, right?
Yes.
And I think as a district, we need to own the fact that we put ourselves in this position, that we need to own it. Like, there's no way around, and we can't go around that. We need to say, and we need to be honest with ourselves. And so this is a way that we're going to be able to provide this, really just this opportunity for students to graduate. But I don't want to see this, I don't want this waiver to be something that we're relying on every single year. And for that reason, I want to make sure that we're approving this resolution tonight, but we're just approving it for this 1 year. And that every year this comes back to the board for consideration. We look at the data of how many students actually requested the waiver, the reasons for requesting the waiver, so that we can, and that'll inform what we as a district need to do to ensure that students aren't having to request this waiver, right? That we have a very solid ethnic studies program from the very start, thinking creatively about what we can offer at the intermediate level, and at those beginning grades at the high school level, and making sure again that this is a priority, right? And it's being built into the master schedule, and it's not something that's being just seen as an elective, but it's something that is really being seen as a priority by our high school administrators. And so I know my time is up and I have more thoughts, so I'll just wait.
Okay. So we have a few folks on the speakers list. So I'll go, I think I was next, and then we have Ms. Lebsack and then Ms. Magdaleno as well. So Dr. Alvarado, I wanted to, you clarified a little bit about the two groups that the waiver is really intended for. And I wanted to point out, or maybe if you could speak to, why does the certain subgroups of students that you mentioned, why do they qualify for 170 overall credit requirement to graduate high school?
So the students that qualify under the 170 credit are students that participate in our alternative ed settings, so Lauren Grissett and Chavez. So we have those two students, and that is an option for them. It doesn't mean that they couldn't graduate with the 220 credits if they choose to graduate with 220 credits. The other students that fall within the newcomer bracket or the McKinney-Vento or the Foster, those assembly bills are set by the state of California and set their opt-in option at the state minimum, which is 130 credits.
Thank you. And I bring that up because in my work that I do each day, I work with McKinney-Vento students and families who are housing insecure. And one of the things that I work with our counseling team on is identifying if this is a good fit for the students, right? If they are in need of considering them and their family a reduction, this waiver, right, to graduate with less credits. And it's because they're at risk of not graduating, right, because of these layered experiences and systems they're navigating. And so I point that out because, again, it's very important for our community to understand, this isn't a simple decision, right? We want all of our students, I deeply believe all of our students deserve to experience ethnic studies, and the 10 credits will help them have a meaningful experience in our education system. However, this group of students we know are particularly vulnerable and already can be at risk of not graduating, right? And so when we had these conversations internally before this meeting, this was one of, we really narrowed in what who are we talking about here? And so it is very, very specific. And so I just want to clarify to the team, I know we've discussed this, but as far as the actual form that the sites are going to fill out to be able to request this, right? It's very specific. It has specific requirements, and it even has, teaching and learning will be housing that information. And in some instances, we'll even have to sign off on this. And so my request, I agree, I think we should do this as 1 year and revisit, but my request really is that on a regular basis, right? So after we see how many students use the waiver, and we analyze that data. I know you've already done an analysis of why certain students got to this point, and largely it was that they didn't pass one or both semesters of their ELA or social science that overlapped with their ethnic studies requirement. But let's analyze it again when we see who that final group is, because we are trying to get folks to get to the requirement as much as possible. When we see who those final students were, I would like the board to get an analysis of that. And then I think we need an accountability mechanism where regularly at key points in the year, the superintendent, the cabinet will report back where we're at, and just kind of what are these new findings, or I know we have a new APEX class that there was barriers, and now we're piloting. And while APEX might not be ideal for ethnic studies, but it would allow another subgroup of these students to be able to meet with fidelity the requirement, right, and not need a waiver. So as we're developing these, if we can come back at key points, maybe we can figure out what those key points are that you're able to analyze and provide that to us. Because if it requires more support, I want to be very clear that that is a priority for me. And my understanding is this isn't due to a lack of courses, but I want to make sure that that's the case. And as we're seeing those gaps for specific students not having access to courses, how can we, with fidelity, meet that? So with that, I will pass it to Ms. Lebsack.
Do I get 4 minutes too? Let's just go for it. I want to be brutally honest, as Bustos says. This board has a huge blind spot. We have people that are leaving our district, and this is one reason. Do you know that we have in Santa Ana Middle School, High School that has 1,000 kids on their waiting list right now? Orange County Classical Academy. And that's because you guys don't even give kids a choice. You mandate that they take these courses. And it sounds great. Ethnic studies, learn about diverse cultures. I wish that's what all it was, but it's not. Okay? And there's a lot of teachers that abuse it and use it to create little social justice warriors for leftist causes and say, they quote it and cloak it as civic engagement. So let's train our kids about the causes, the political causes that we want them to fight for with raised fists in the air. And you see those raised fists on those posters in our schools. This is why people are leaving. Okay? Open your eyes. I know you don't like to hear it, but I'm telling you the truth. So I guess you just don't want you don't want the conservative ones to come to Santa Ana Unified because they have to fit into your mold of what you want them to be. Okay, I'm not saying all teachers are doing this, but I was a state delegate for the teachers union, and I heard with my own ears the kind of things that the teachers union was saying, that they said classes should not be politically neutral. We have, and if you look at the way they fund, it's like 98% Democrats. Okay, so we have a way that we want you to think, not how to think. We want to tell you what to think and what to do with those ideologies. It's not what school is for, and it's an abuse of institutional power.
Ms. Magdaleno.
Okay, back to the item. Really quick, so I have some data here, but it might be old data that we got back in January. Do you know how many students are at risk of not graduating because of the ethnic studies requirement?
Well, we currently have 464 seniors that have not met the 10 credit requirement for ethnic studies. This doesn't mean that they're at zero with ethnic studies. That just means they could have taken the course attempted some credits and maybe received 5 credits and are not currently enrolled in an ethnic studies course.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so I have 464 students, right? And I think this is where it is for me, 464 students that possibly might not graduate because of this ethnic studies curriculum requirement, and that we can help them this year. And with that in mind, I fully support Vice President Bustos' one-year requirement, and have our staff, assess the program to see how to make it better for our students, to see the gaps that we are missing, just so this doesn't continue to happen, and also decrease the number of students that are not going to meet this requirement. I think that's my expectation of our staff, of our superintendent, and she knows that we've had this conversation before. But I just want the community to hear 464 students that might not be graduating, and this is going to help them graduate, the majority of them at least. But I just want to thank you for all the work you've put into this, and all the information that you've been giving us and your team. I hope that we can come back in a year from now with a different program, with a better program, with input from our educators, input from our students, especially now that we have 2 student board members, right? And I just can't wait to see what this program turns into. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Alvarado, can you clarify how many of the students, the 464 students, once we pass this resolution and update our board policy, not making the classes have to be, is it?
Semesterized?
Yeah.
We're moving to semesterized.
So they don't have to be consecutive?
Yes.
How many of those 464 will be on track as of now?
Well, earlier, the example of Lauren Grissett was given, right? And so that's where our highest number of students that have not met this requirement because of the scheduling conflicts that exist and the limitations in courses that are offered in our alternative education settings. Not requiring a year-long course and recognizing that the ethnic studies curriculum is built around 4 pillars, right, and is not designated to a certain grade level like our English standards are. When you look at our English standards, they're assigned to 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th. And so the way the ethnic studies model, curriculum model is designed is really around the pillars, identity being one of them, community being another. And so those take place in semester 1 and semester 2. So allowing students one fall semester and one spring semester would still allow them to be introduced and receive awareness and learning around the 4 pillars, but not require them to be stuck to like a specific core content area. They would be able to fulfill it in different areas. So we would have to look into it a little deeper to see who it would impact in terms of who it actually would impact. I think overall it's going to alleviate for some students that they'll be able to meet that 10 credit requirement without having to have to use the waiver because of that lifted restriction.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I think for my team, I would also recommend that we strike out lines 25 through 27. They just stood out to me because they are deficit. It's deficit language, right? Whereas currently most students in the Santa Ana Unified School District graduate without developing or demonstrating a core competency pertaining to ethnic diversity and constructive social action. And with our ethnic studies requirement, this is exactly now what our students will be graduating with, right? That's the intent, and so, or part of the intent. And so I think we can strike that out so that we are not speaking about our students with a deficit language. Also, it's not necessarily accurate anymore now that we are graduating our first class.
So lines 27 to 29?
25 through 27.
25 to, okay.
Are folks good with that? Okay. Okay. Mr. Bustos?
Superintendent, did you consult with legal counsel about lines 34 through 36 related to the California Legislature passing Assembly Bill 101?
Yes, I did.
And what was the recommendation?
In fact, that Assembly Bill 101, unfunded is not a mandate.
Okay. So just to be in line with, state policy and recognizing that, I'd also like to request that we strike that language so that this resolution is in compliance legally.
I just have a question around that. I am okay with that. I'm wondering if there's a way to still mention that this is a state-led initiative as well, and that there is a goal. My understanding is there's a goal by class 2930.
And that's actually what we're referring to. That
It's no longer-
It's unfunded, and that was actually part of the bill, that it would only take effect if there was funding put behind it. That action has not been taken by
As
the
of yet,
legislature, so it in fact is not a mandated requirement.
That makes sense to me, but there's still some time between now and 2930. So are we still? My question is, are we waiting to see, is the state going to fund it?
I can tell you what I know. I mean, I don't know where the legislature lands with this, but this is not something that is getting conversation to be funded.
Can I just add that it was supposed to be funded with this class, class of ninth grade, because by 2030 they would have been seniors. And so because it wasn't funded with this class, it's not mandated.
Signaling to us. Okay. In that case, I agree. We can strike that. Okay. Anything else before we prepare to vote? Okay.
And just to close here, and I'm okay with striking that language because, again, we're continuing to uphold our local requirement of 10 credits. And so that doesn't take away from what we as a school district have deemed a priority and a requirement for our students. And I think, again, I think I heard consensus from the board around the reviewing this in 1 year. Is that correct, Superintendent? Did
That
you
is
hear
what I understood and will be reflected, just for the record, in the AR, which will come to the board via B2B so that you guys see that reflected and know that that is the action and measure for which we are committing and being held accountable.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. Okay, so I guess just as the motion maker here, I guess let me just try to capture everything that was proposed. So we're approving the item with the amendments of striking lines 25 through 27, as well as striking lines 34 through 36. And then, so that's for the resolution, and directing our superintendent to ensure that the administrative regulation tied directly to the board policy around ethnic studies.
Graduation requirement.
Graduation requirement reflects the desire from the board to revisit this in 1 year.
Can I add to that, Mr. Bustos? So in addition to revisiting it in 1 year, I had requested that we have a mechanism to get updates at key points in the year as we're continuing, because what I heard from the team is we want to continue to get the analysis of, as we're adapting to what we're finding, right? What's working and what is the strategy to get our program to where it needs to be, to limit this need for a waiver as much as feasible on our part as a district. And so, Superintendent, can you advise when would be maybe a timely points in the year that we can get that, and maybe in a...
So it would be at semester, we would, and the team obviously is going to be tracking what master schedules look like, students slotted into the appropriate courses. All of those are things that we would have to be monitoring. We would know passage rates and those things at the semester points. So that would be a natural time for us to be checking in and know off track, on trackness. And so we can provide that data as it becomes available through the semesters. Students could also be taking these courses if and when we get to the place of offering during summer. And I heard Apex, which is, again, not ideal. I'm just going to say that on the record. But a way for that to happen. So we would come back probably mid-year to provide that update. We couldn't do it any sooner because we don't know if students are going to be in the course and completing the course until the semester's over.
So would we get that at the end of the year after this graduating class? Get an analysis, a final analysis?
After fall semester would be the next natural.
I'm wondering if we can get just I know we basically got the numbers for 64, but I know there's like some programs that are being piloted and to get the analysis of this first graduating class of where the gaps were.
Oh, yeah, that
Okay.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant for future classes to make sure that we were on track, but you're looking for prior to the analysis of just kind of how we got to where we are today.
Yeah,
Is
just
that
that
correct?
final analysis after we see who used the waivers initially, once everything is said and done, because I know the teams and the counselors are working on, again, there is that Apex course, right? And folks trying to pivot and find solutions to those gaps that we identified we didn't maybe see coming.
Yeah.
And then that will help us think about, right, like, maybe we can offer something other than Apex, right, moving forward. So yeah, at the end of this semester, and then I guess at the end of each semester.
That's what
Okay.
in my mind made sense.
Okay. And that will be in the AR as well?
Yes, we can put in a piece around monitoring, which I actually saw some pieces called out around monitoring, and we'll just be
Okay.
more specific.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Ms. Magdaleno?
Second his motion.
Okay. Okay. Let's prepare to vote. Okay, with the 4 yes vote and a no vote by Ms. Lebsack, motion carries. Next item.
13.11, adoption of resolution number 2526-3730, proclaiming April 20th through the 24th, 2026 as After-School Professionals Appreciation Week.
Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Lebsack?
Yeah, on line 19, it says, and expose them to new experiences. And that's just a really vague statement. I think I would like to add that we add just the line that says, expose them to new experiences that are age appropriate and with parent knowledge and consent. Line 19.
The way that I'm reading this is we're appreciating them for the work that they do, not kind of creating a policy around how they do it. And so I don't see the need to add that. But does that make sense, Ms. Lebsack? It's not creating a policy of how they implement their work, but just appreciating them for providing new experiences.
Okay. I'll go with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else on the speakers list? Hmm? Okay. With that, we'll prepare to vote. Okay, with a 5 yes vote, motion carries. Thank you. Next item.
13.12, adoption of revised board policy 5113, absences and excuses.
Thank you. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, let's prepare to vote. With the 5 yes vote, motion carries. Next item.
13.13, adoption of revised board board policy 5113.1, chronic absence and truancy.
Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. I want to briefly, for the sake of time, because we're at 10:09, I want to just briefly mention and highlight our student services team for the work they're doing around our chronic absence and truancy in supporting our students. I know our district, with our values and the leadership in that team, has made some really big shifts in how we approach chronic absences and truancy, and how we implement restorative practices, and how we look at our students not just as numbers, right, and a lack of ADA for those who are chronically absent, but really like looking and focusing and framing it in their loss of learning and learning opportunities that are missed. And so I just really want to appreciate the team. I had an opportunity to talk with them at length, as I'm sure other colleagues had as well. And I just really appreciate the direction. I think we've come a long way with these, with the leadership we have, as far as really centering the values of these restorative practices and how we approach our students and families with dignity and respect. And I was just very, very impressed. And you know, I came into the meeting thinking, you know, these are the things I used to hear out in the community when I worked at different school sites and districts. And our practices are completely reframing, even leading the way for other districts here in Orange County, as far as, again, the approach that we take with our students, and centering everything with dignity and respect and restorative practices. So thank you. And with that, I see Ms. Lebsack has her hand up.
Yeah. For this board policy, it says, students shall not be absent from school without their parent or guardian's knowledge or consent, except in cases of medical emergency or as authorized pursuant Ed Code 46010.1 for a confidential medical appointment. I think it's important that we tell our parents what that entails. What is a confidential medical appointment? That we list these types of exceptions out on the board policy and exactly what age they apply to. Can anybody speak to that, to give what those confidential medical appointment exceptions are?
While we're here, though, I want to do a quick shout out in regards to support services, Michelle and the team, for also being recognized at the state level for the SARB, model SARB, so for our district. So,
Oh, awesome.
with that said, we'll answer your questions without a problem.
No, that's good to know. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I just want to just make sure that I'm clear on which policy I'm looking at, because I think the one that you're referencing is the 5113.
0.1, yeah. 5113.1.
Okay, and can you just direct me to what paragraph? Because that's the chronic absence and truancy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because I believe that lives on our absences and excuse one, on the 5113, that statement.
I just read it verbatim.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I don't see it on the chronic absence and absence and truancy, but to clarify in terms of confidential medical appointments, really that is established through the family code, what those would be. And so as part of our policies, there is a section that's public for for our community where there's links to help just define what that is. So it is also included here. The also to frame this though, in terms of implementing the policy, our administrative regulations, our school staff are verifying absences. So their work is aligned with enforcing California law, compulsory education, right? That students are attending between the ages of 6 and 18 full time. And the absence and excused absence verification is to make sure that we are capturing students that are truant. So their job is not to investigate necessarily what the absence and what the condition is or the confidential medical appointment. They are just looking for verification that there was an appointment.
Okay, so I know that like in our sex ed, we do, we tell the kids what their rights are, but a lot of times the parents aren't told what those rights are. And I think it's important that parents have a clear understanding. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Family Code Section 6925 says that minors of any age can leave school with an excused absence to receive contraception or abortions without parent knowledge or consent, correct? Any age.
So that family code is nothing more than a reference, right? So if you look on the board policy, again, they're just references. It's not necessarily saying that that is what we are investigating in terms of a medical appointment or the confidential appointments. So again, what we do is we just verify absences. And I know for our schools, we're looking for a medical note. That annual notification is located in our student handbook, and it does reference our families to an appendix with where a list of our excused absences are located.
Okay, but let me give you a scenario. So if a 12-year-old goes to see her counselor and says, I want to get an abortion, and it's during school hours, and she says, I want to do it during school hours, because I don't want my parents to know, we have to accommodate that according to Family Code 6925.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand the question.
Can I clarify? What do you mean by accommodate that?
Yeah.
Well, we have to, I don't know what I accommodate. I don't know if that means we provide transportation or we pay for an Uber. I don't know. I'm trying to clarify because I don't know. I'm asking. I do know what the Family Code says. It says that minors of any age can leave school with an excused absence to receive an abortion or contraception without parent knowledge or consent. That's what the Family Code says. Now, how that is lived out in different districts, I'm not sure. I don't know what that looks like. I'm asking.
So I'm going to just frame that in terms of like privacy laws too. So it is not for us to then verify or to engage in that type of conversation to then draw that information out. So in terms of this policy, how the practice is in our administrative regulation that goes along with it is we are solely verifying that the student is not truant. They have whatever information that is provided to us that verifies that they had an appointment. In terms of any type of medical, there's privacy laws in terms of that confidentiality piece. So if it is for a health reason, for substance use, for mental health, there's privacy laws. So our attendance staff that are verifying absences would not be engaged in that level of investigating.
Yeah, I'm saying is it's good to tell our parents so they have the same knowledge that the kids get, right? I believe the other part of the Family Code is for HIV testing and also for STIs starting at age 12.
Ms. Lebsack, I'm gonna go ahead and call the vote because we're approaching 10:18, and we need to get through the agenda. We're
So
almost
I
there.
was just asking if we could add these things on the board policy so that it can be seen and it's not just a vague statement.
I will tell you that I did find what you're referencing, that statement.
Yeah.
It actually was on the prior one, on 1312. absences and
It was
excuses.
1312?
Yeah.
I thought it was 1313.
No, I'm looking at.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this.
Oh.
That's
But
okay.
Thank
It's
you.
okay.
Oh, it's absences and excuses.
Yeah.
And thank you,
My
Michelle, and
mistake.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and call the vote. Okay, Ms. Lebsack?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Okay, on a 4-yes vote with Ms. Magdaleno not present, motion carries. Next item?
13.14, authorization for board delegate assembly members to attend the May CSBA Delegate Assembly in Sacramento.
Okay, I'll go ahead and motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, any conversation? Okay, Ms. Levsack.
Yeah, so this is 2 people going, and it would be Magdaleno and Bustos, right? And it would be 4,500 per person? That's what we're voting on? Just want to clarify. We're spending the district money, 4,500 per person for those 2 board members to go.
I just am actually looking at staff because that is not what I understood. The estimated cost is $4,500 for both.
For both of them? Okay.
Okay. Let's go ahead and proceed to vote. Okay. With a 3-yes vote and with Ms. Lebsack voting no and Ms. Magdaleno not present, motion carries. Okay, so at this time, we will now go to our new and revision of existing board policies for first reading. No action is required. Ms. Quiros, you may begin.
14.1, Board Policy 5113.12, District School Attendance Review Board, revised for first reading. 14.2, Board Policy 6146.1, High School Graduation Requirements.
Okay, so we will now begin our board reports. Let's do, is it possible to do 1.5 minutes? Ms. Quiros, let's go ahead and do that. I know folks have some reports to give, so. Okay, we can go ahead and begin with Ms. Magdaleno.
I'll make it very brief. As we approach the end of the school year, a couple months left, I just want to let our students know to keep showing up, stay focused. We're almost done. Let's do it. I can see the finish line for you. And to our educators and all of our staff, thank you for showing up every day as well. We appreciate you, and we can't wait to celebrate with our high schools during graduation and all of our promotion ceremonies. It's always a great time. And as the end of the year comes, there's also a lot of ceremonies to attend and community events. So I can't wait to see you all out there in the community. And my last comment is that, yesterday was our vice president's birthday. So we're going to wish Vice President Hector Bustos a happy birthday. And I hope he had a good time in celebrating his birthday. Yeah. Have a good night, guys.
Ms. Lebsack?
I just want to thank all the intermediate school principals for letting me go through the schools. I've really enjoyed getting to know them because, like I said, it's nice to know the person, not just a face, not just a name on a flow chart. I was able to visit Escada, McFadden Institute of Technology, Lathrop, Santiago, Romero Cruz, Pio Pico, Carr, MacArthur, Mendez, Circulos, Villa, Willard, and Henninger. And I have yet to visit every elementary school, but that's on my list next. And when I visited, I was really impressed with what I saw. I saw great learning was happening in the classrooms, a lot of hands-on learning, engaged students in the process, clear lesson objectives on the whiteboards, student develop social contracts for each class, which I understand is the Captured Kids' Hearts program. Parent classes going on through FACE, such as financial literacy, art projects, English classes, very involved PTOs, PTAs, doing fundraisers, organizing events. I was really impressed with our clean campuses. I thought that's not just our custodians, but it's also showing that our kids are taking pride in their campuses and taking responsibility. And I really enjoyed visiting King, Washington, Franklin, Santiago, and McFadden for Read Across America, and shared with them who the real St. Patrick is. He's not a leprechaun, and he's not even Irish. He was born in Britain, and he was a Christian missionary. And I was able to attend finals for Battle of the Books at Carr and was impressed with their vendors and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Dr. Alvarez?
Yes, I just had a couple of quick comments. I wanted to thank all the speakers that were here earlier today. I just wanted to ask the superintendent for some follow-up. There was a speaker that spoke about restorative practices. MTSS is required by Ed Code, and in the Ed Code, it also states that restorative practices is part of MTSS. So I just wanted to get an update. I know when I first got on the board, we did a lot of training and we really emphasized restorative practices. I just wanted to see where we were, the current status of restorative practices. Somebody also spoke about the waitlisting of our students. I know we've had a lot of conversations regarding waitlisting. This year we did something different towards where we started taking a look at projections for next day in January. We started the list in January and February. We notified everybody. But the thing is, we still have until the end of the school year, which means that if somebody's waitlisted, technically they could be moved up the list if somebody drops out of the list. And so I just wanted to get clarity on what the next process is, because even though everybody has already been selected for their schools, there's people on the wait list, but we still keep getting a lot of questions in regards to the wait list process. So I just wanted to ask for an update on that. And just real quick, shout out to all the students who were nominated for Orange County Artists of the Year. I think there were about 30 students that were nominated from different schools. As far as I know, there's one student that has an interview tomorrow. And good night.
Thank you. Mr. Bustos? El cumpleañero.
Thank you. As members of the Santa Ana Unified School District Board of Education, I believe that we have a shared responsibility to ensure that every single student, particularly those with specialized needs, receive the highest quality education, services, and support our district can provide. And so that's why I believe that at this time, it's both necessary and overdue for our full board to engage in a comprehensive and transparent discussion regarding our current state of our special education programs and practices. While we have received periodic updates and reports, we have not held a robust, dedicated conversation as a governing body to fully assess how our system is serving students, supporting families, and equipping our staff. And so given the complexity and importance and the impact of special education across our district, I'm formally calling for a special study session of the board solely focused on special ed. This session should provide a thorough overview of our programs, including services, including but not limited to service delivery methods, staffing, compliance, student outcomes, fiscal considerations, and areas for growth and improvement. And so I respectfully request that the superintendent, in coordination with our board president, and if we have consensus from the board tonight, schedule this special study session at an appropriate time in the near future. It's also equally important that that date and time be widely communicated to our communities so families, educators, and stakeholders are aware and have the opportunity to engage in this important discussion, because our students and families deserve a system that's transparent, accountable, and continuously improving. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that request, and I'll start my board comments with honoring that request. I would love to see us do that as well. I know that's something that Superintendent and I have discussed. My understanding is, within our student subgroups, that every academic presentation we do, that information is, of course, incorporated, and our SPED students are reflected in each presentation. But I agree, I think having, at the same time, if we're really going to have in-depth conversations, having that space would be very powerful. So thank you for bringing that forward. I wanted to highlight our parent leaders, our FACE team, our incredible staff, Miss Solomon, who's a poderosa, and who will be honored coming up at Valley High School. But for their recent celebration that they did around the 10 education essentials in partnership with the Orange County Business Council, I got to attend along with several of my colleagues on the board. And this is something that in my work in the community, I used to actually do presentations on DACA and the California DREAM Act for families when school districts would discuss higher education. But to see, I had never seen something like what our district has done. They took the informational book, and now it is a large index of everything a parent and family would need to know to navigate our systems. So thank you. And with that, having no further business to come before the board, this meeting is adjourned. The next regular board meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, April 28th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Thank you.